Good morning. We'll get started in about 3 minutes. Ms. Francis, if you could please turn off your audio. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. The commission will come to order and we're on the record in case number 9655. This is a trial type evidentiary hearing that was publicly noticed in a procedural order that was issued back on November 23rd, 2020, and as subsequently revised at the request of the utility. In that order, the commission set forth a procedural schedule to accommodate a filing that Pepco made back on October 26, 2020, to set base rates for electric distribution service for a multi-year period beginning in 2021 and running through 2024. Let us begin today by taking the appearances of the parties in the general order in which the parties will make their case. We'll begin by taking the appearance of representatives from Pepco.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Kim Hassan, and I'm the Associate General Counsel for Pepco Holdings Incorporated.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Would you like to enter the appearance of any other counsel that will be participating?
Yes, Douglas Mike Keel may be participating this morning.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
And I'm sorry, and one more, Matthew Seegers.
Thank you. We'll next turn to counsel for Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Ryan for the Office of People's Counsel. And I would also like to enter the appearance of David S. Lapp, Gary L. Alexander, and Jacob M. Auslander.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. We'll now take the appearance of the counsel for Prince George's County, Maryland.
Good morning, Your Honor, and fellow commissioners. My name is James McGee. I'm the attorney representing Prince George's County.
Good morning, Mr. McGee. We'll next turn to counsel for the town of Kensington, Maryland.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Laura Music on behalf of the town of Kensington, and with me is Brian Green of Green Herlocker.
Thank you, Ms. Music. Your microphone was very soft. We heard you, but when you speak next time, perhaps we could adjust that.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll turn to counsel for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'd like to enter my appearance. I am Fran G. Francis, Senior Vice President and General Counsel. I would also like to enter the appearance of Nicola Whiteman and etc. Caldwell, although I will be the only attorney appearing on behalf of AOBA during these hearings.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. I'll take the appearance of staff counsel for the commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Lloyd Spivak for the Commission staff. I would also like to enter the appearances of Michael Dean, Kenneth Albert, and James Greger.
Thank you, Mr. Spivak. We also have two parties that will not be presenting a case in chief, but they may participate in the trial. So we'll hear from United States General Services Administration.
Good morning. My name is Christy Singleton. I'll be representing the United States General Services Administration, and I'll be the only attorney participating on its behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. And we'll take the appearance of Montgomery County, Maryland.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Lisa Brennan on behalf of Montgomery County, Maryland.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Brennan. Did I neglect to recognize any party that wishes to participate in this trial? Hearing none, just a few rules and some general housekeeping. It is important that you speak clearly for the court reporter and that any crosstalk by the parties is avoided. If you're not actively speaking, your microphone should be muted. I'll call a 15-minute recess in the morning and a 15-minute recess in the afternoon, and we'll take approximately 30 minutes for lunch sometime around 1 o'clock today. We have 5 days of hearing scheduled, and I believe that will be sufficient. I'll also plan to adjourn the trial at approximately 4 o'clock every day, but that will depend on where we are with the examination of the witnesses. Let me state at the outset of this trial that this is a particularly complex rate case. We have before us a relatively massive rate application that is several thousand pages long. We have hundreds of pages of testimony, dozens of exhibits that were filed on rebuttal and surrebuttal. I believe Pepco's rebuttal was 1,200 pages in documentation and testimony by itself. We also have extensive public comment that the commission received either in written form or the 2 evening hearings where we heard from members of the public, particularly with regard to the streetlight proposal that the utility has offered. We have before us today 8 parties sponsoring a total of 34 witnesses. Hence, we have the need for some ground rules to make this trial efficient. I have before me a list identifying the parties that wish to cross-examine particular witnesses, and I will use that as my guide. If other parties wish to cross-examine witnesses and you have previously not announced the intention to do so, I will give you an opportunity to inquire and examine before moving forward. Regarding rules of conduct for this trial, these are my standard rules. Regarding examination, witnesses will be limited to examination on direct, cross, and redirect. Cross-examination is limited to the scope of the direct examination of the witness, and redirect is limited to matters brought on during cross-examination. If the commissioner questions a witness, counsel shall have an opportunity to further examine that witness on the resulting answers to the commissioner's question. Participants on the same side of an issue may not cross-examine each other's witnesses on that issue. Additionally, succeeding cross-examiners will not be permitted to engage in repetitive subsequent cross-examination. An objection to a question put to a witness during cross-examination may only be made by counsel sponsoring that witness, and a request for clarification of a question on cross-examination may only be made by that witness. Cross-examination is not a substitute for discovery. Questions during cross-examination designed to educate a party about the substance of another party's pre-filed testimony or otherwise obtain information that could have easily been obtained during discovery will not be allowed, and I will sustain those objections. Finally, all witnesses will be subject to recall by the bench with appropriate notice. Witnesses will be dismissed at the conclusion of this hearing. We are aware that there are some witness availability issues, and we will do our best to accommodate those constraints. So that's with respect to examination. With respect to exhibits, every exhibit offered into evidence must be properly authenticated and have a foundation laid prior to admission into evidence. However, I will waive the authentication requirement if the parties stipulate to the exhibit's authenticity. Parties are also discouraged from introducing discovery responses in lieu of cross-examination. Finally, when an exhibit is referenced during the hearing, the examining attorney should make a specific reference if it is a pre-filed exhibit. As I stated earlier, this is a very large case that we're dealing with, and the commissioners will need a moment to either go through their paper copies or find their electronic copies of those exhibits. With that, are there any questions from council based on these instructions? Hearing none. Ms. Hassan, does the utility have any matters that they would like to address at the outset or exhibits to introduce?
Yes, Your Honor, we have two. Specifically, Pepco would like to introduce the exhibit marked number 2, which is the certificate of publication of the public hearing dated March 15th, mail log number 234234.
So marked.
In addition, we would like also moved into the record, Pepco Exhibit 3, certificate of publication of the public hearing dated April 15th, mail log number 234776.
So marked. And seeing no objection from the parties, those two exhibits are moved into evidence. Anything else, Ms. Hassan?
No, Chairman Stanek.
Do any of the parties have any preliminary matters before we begin?
Yes, Your Honor, OPC has one small preliminary matter to address.
Yes, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you. OPC thinks it's best to address before proceedings begin an issue relating to OPC's data request 18, which OPC sent to Pepco last week. It was Wednesday, April 21st, and it was shortly after the close of business hours that OPC was able to get that data request sent. OPC has had ongoing conversations with Pepco's attorneys regarding this data request, and Pepco has agreed to provide complete responses to the extent that documents are in their position. OPC appreciates that cooperation from Pepco. The remaining issue that we want to bring to the Commission's attention has to do with the timing of Pepco's response. And OPC agrees that the timing with which this data request was sent is unfortunate. However, this data request relates specifically to information that first became apparent at the April 15th public comment hearing and was brought further to OPC's attention on Tuesday, April 20th, when Delegate Al Carr reached out to OPC's office. And in particular, this relates to statements made by the mayor of a town during the April 15th public comment hearing with respect to Pepco's relationship with that town. This mayor spoke very highly of Pepco's rate application and said, as part of her comments, Pepco came in, they issued us a check for about $20,000 in services in terms of what the value was worth. They couldn't give us cash. Of course, I'd have preferred cash. Given the late timing with which OPC heard that statement and with which OPC received follow-up information from Delegate Al Carr, OPC sent as quickly as possible data requests relating to that, the information from the April 15th hearing. OPC would also note that it is directly related to pre-filed testimony of two of Pepco's witnesses, Mr. McGowan, who discusses Pepco's charitable donations, and Mr. Schatz, who discusses the public support for Pepco's street lighting proposals. So OPC's request with respect to these data requests is simply that OPC have the ability to recall witnesses for limited cross-examination related specifically to the answers to those data requests after Pepco has provided the responses.
When does Pepco anticipate getting you those responses?
Pepco indicated in an email over the weekend that it anticipated responding to those data requests on Thursday of this week, which would be 5 days following the service of them consistent with the procedural schedule.
So you would need these witnesses to be available on Friday.
Yes, unless Pepco were able to get us the responses faster.
Ms. Hassan, any objection to the request?
Actually, I will let my attorney, Matt Seeger, speak to this, being that he had these communications with OPC over the weekend.
Mr. Seegers, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. Matt Seegers appearing for Pepco. First of all, I would just like to stress that, as Ms. Ryan indicated, the company has agreed to provide responses to each of these data requests, and those would, of course, be subject to any objection that we would like to preserve as to their relevance and their admissibility at the hearing. And we will provide the responses within the time frame that is specified by the commission in its procedural order. And I don't believe we have anything else to add, Your Honor. And also, I would note that the commission would like to reserve the right to object to any attempt by OPC to recall a witness, just based on the fact that these DRs could have been served at any point in this proceeding, notwithstanding the representations made by Ms. Ryan. But other than that, I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Seegers, I believe you meant the company, not the commission, reserves that right to object.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Seegers, please have the company make best efforts to get Ms. Ryan her information by Thursday. The commissioners were present. We heard the testimony of the municipality representatives at the last public comment hearing, so I think we have an understanding of what she's referring to. And let's try to cooperate on Thursday, and we'll revisit this issue. Ms. Ryan, on Thursday afternoon, if you don't have the data request by then. Any other matters to bring before the commission at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to speak to the appearance of staff witness McAuliffe. Due to personal family business, he was scheduled to appear today due to some personal family matters, and things went a little unexpectedly there, and he will not be available today. I'm not sure about his availability during the rest of the week. Pepco has agreed to waive costs for Mr. McAuliffe, as have the other parties.
Appreciate the other parties being accommodative. Staff doesn't testify until towards the end of the week, so if Mr. McAuliffe's availability changes and if he wishes to testify, he may do so. Thank you. Mr. Spivak, anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
At this time, parties are available to make a voluntary opening statement if they wish, briefly, 3 to 5 minutes, no more than that, or they may reserve until such time when they present their case in chief. Do any parties wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Pepco would like to make an open statement.
Pepco?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Francis. I was saw you moving. Yes, Pepco, and we'll have parties before Pepco go first. So we'll start with Ms. Music.
Okay, thank you. May it please the Commission, Chairman. My name is Laura Music, and along with Brian Green, we represent the town of Kensington, Maryland in this proceeding. The town of Kensington elected to participate in these proceedings because it's concerned about its street lighting. Pepco has proposed 2 new programs as part of its filing, the Smart LED Streetlight Initiative and the Smart Sensor Pilot Program. The town is primarily concerned about whether and how these programs are implemented and the associated costs. I think many of our concerns echo those raised by other parties and perhaps some of the public witnesses. In our testimony, we addressed 3 primary issues. First, we
Ms.
agreed
Music,
with—
can you hold on 1 second? Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Gary L. Alexander, if you could please mute your microphone. Or we could have it muted. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Music, please proceed. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Chairman. First, we agree with Pepco that there are definitely some benefits to a potential conversion to LED lighting in the town of Kensington. Our lighting expert, Scott Watson, will testify that converting the town's lights to LED luminaires would likely provide a comfortable color temperature if properly shielded, which is one of their concerns. In addition, LED lights will likely provide a light source whose output will remain at or close to the initial design output for an average of 15 years. That means less maintenance and a lower carbon footprint for the town, also favorable and in line with Maryland's policy goals. Second, the town wanted to intervene to ensure that it fully understands the substance and the costs of Pepco's two proposed programs, the LED streetlight program and the Smart Sensor Pilot program, before determining its course of action. Other localities have raised concerns, and we want to make sure we understand those as well. Finally, the town firmly believes it's critical to engage in a dialogue with Pepco so that if it determines that Pepco's proposed lighting options or sensor proposal do not suit its needs, that's in a position to fully consider its options, whether that be considering the purchase of its lights, which it would prefer not to do, or evaluating whether it's fiscally and aesthetically more appealing for the town to pay an additional amount to upgrade the lights beyond what is offered by Pepco. And part of that is better understanding what the marginal cost, as mentioned by Pepco, would be. Pepco has indicated through the process that customer choice is important and has identified several ways that it plans to take into account customer concerns. That's critical to ensuring that the town's preferences are met and in line with Pepco's proposal. One of the primary concerns, again, is the shielding and the temperature of the lights. If what we see presented and it's reaffirmed is in line with our concerns, then I think that we'll be in a position to make an easier decision. That's also why the demonstration facility and the concerns raised by our witnesses are very important. We want to ensure we know what we're getting, given that this is a 5-year program as identified by Pepco. So in sum, the town of Kensington recognizes that the benefits of LED conversions could be really helpful to the town. At base, the town just wants to engage with Pepco to ensure that its unique concerns are addressed by whatever program is potentially approved by the commission, given the costs associated with the initiative, the longevity of the LED lights, and the importance to the town of guaranteeing that the lights to which it converts have a positive impact on its citizens. And the town appreciates the opportunity to participate in these proceedings. Thank you.
Any additional opening statements before we turn to Pepco? Ms. Francis.
Good morning, Chairman Stanek, Commissioners Richard, O'Donnell, Litton, and Herman. As I know your honors are well aware, AOBA is here to represent over 130,000 multifamily units, as well as more than 30 million square feet of commercial office space in Pepco's Maryland service territory. AOBA believes that while they all have expected an MYP would create new challenges for the regulatory process, in our assessment, Pepco has not eased the transition to a new paradigm with its filings in this proceeding. Moreover, the complexity of this case has been greatly increased by the impacts of COVID-19, which is, by any assessment, an extraordinary event which would warrant an off-ramp if we had already implemented an MYP. While sustained efforts to defeat COVID-19 and recover from its harmful effects are ongoing, we are at best in the early stages of the battle to restore normalcy and recapture past economic vibrancy. In that context, we urge this commission to weigh extremely carefully the imposition of the totally new paradigm for electric rate regulation that's currently before you. Now is not the time to approve Pepco's new rate-making approach that is heavily dependent on projections of future costs and usage, when so much of our future remains uncertain. The combination of COVID-related cost deferrals the Commission has already accepted, the dramatic rise in Pepco's residential arrearages, as well as the large increases in BSA under-recoveries for commercial customers, all need to be recovered as we move forward. This combination of proposed COVID-19 related deferrals of revenue recoveries, plus Pepco's proposed revenue offsets and BSA balances, will place large financial burdens on Pepco's future ratepayers that have not been adequately analyzed in the company's presentations. Additionally, this commission should be particularly wary of the revenue offsets included in Pepco's MYP. Those offsets are simply accounting gimmicks under which Pepco avoids belt tightening and trimming its current budgets, as many of its customers have been forced to do. Pepco has not adequately analyzed what its proposals in this case imply regarding future revenue requirements that its Maryland customers will be expected to bear in the period following the MYP. Unlike prior cases, the company has no current need for additional revenue. Its own analyses show that the company has over-earned its authorized ROE for the historic test year. Therefore, the company's entire request for additional revenue is a product of estimates of potential future cost with no known or certain foundation. However, those estimates and their reliability have been greatly clouded by the impacts of COVID-19. The company's future need for additional distribution system capacity and improvements is unknown, which makes Pepco's case highly speculative at this time. Additionally, AOPA is concerned by what it sees as the company's highly distorted presentation of customer bill impacts and direct conflicts and overlaps between the MYP and Pepco's BSA mechanism. In conclusion, any rate increase, if granted, should be respectful of both the ongoing impacts of COVID-19 pandemic and the future rate burdens Pepco's proposals will impose on Maryland ratepayers beyond the MYP. We appreciate the Commission's attention to our concerns. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll hear from, I believe, Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that all the members of the commission have done a lot of reading in preparation for this hearing and are familiar with the many points of contention between the parties. So instead of focusing on any of the discrete issues in this case, I'd like to draw the commission's attention to a few broader themes that cut across the various issues that OPC urges the commission to consider when evaluating the evidence in this case. The first broad issue I would like to urge the commission to keep in mind is the requirement that Pepco offer safe and reliable service. No one disputes Pepco's obligation to provide safe and reliable service, nor its statutory right to earn a reasonable return on the investments necessary to provide safe and reliable service. And with the electric grid being required to carry out more complex functions as technology develops, the nature of the investments necessary to provide safe and reliable service are correspondingly changing. However, as you review Pepco's proposed spending, whether it's on distribution infrastructure or on smart nodes on streetlights, OPC urges you to consider and keep in mind whether the expense is actually necessary for safe and reliable service, or whether it goes beyond what Pepco is obligated to do as a distribution utility, and whether ratepayers should be required to fund it. An additional theme I'd like the commissioners to keep in mind is the alignment of goals and measures. Again, as the grid changes and needs to do more complex functions as the nature of electricity and use and generation changes, various state policies are emerging that the grid can address, from reduction in power usage to greenhouse gas emissions. The electric grid is expected to meet a lot more priorities than simply providing electricity these days. And through multiple areas of this case, such as electric vehicle cost-benefit analysis, the value and cost-benefit analysis of certain streetlight changes, or the introduction of performance incentive mechanisms, I'd like the commission to keep an overarching focus on what are the goals that Pepco's distribution system should be meeting. And when Pepco designs its distribution system to meet those goals, how do we measure that? And how do we make sure that those measurements are reliable and consistent across different policy programs? And finally, in order to address both of the first two themes that I mentioned, the need for transparency is clear in all aspects of rate making. And I appreciate that this is one goal that the commission and the utilities have attempted to further with the 3-year rate plans and giving more opportunity to review the utilities' proposed investments before they actually occur. But I would encourage the commissioners to continue to look at the evidence in this case to decide whether or not the level of transparency provided in this case is sufficient for the ongoing evolution of what a distribution system needs to provide, and whether or not Pepco's plan currently provides that, or as proposed will provide that. So again, I hope that these are overarching themes that the commission will keep in consideration. There are a lot of facts on a lot of other issues that will relate to these, and I appreciate your time and consideration this morning.
Mr. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Prince George's County appreciates the opportunity to participate in this process and to share its recommendations with the Commission. As stated in the testimony submitted by the county is very supportive of converting all streetlights in the county to LEDs. There are great benefits of LED streetlights, both environmentally and financially, as they are more energy efficient, last longer, and cost less to maintain. Pepco's LED initiative, which keeps rates the same and uses the reduced cost to offset the need for a contribution in aid of construction, or kayak, enables a much faster conversion than otherwise would be made possible, because this upfront purchase, which is largely cost prohibitive for the counties and other municipalities, would no longer be required. The program enables the benefits of LEDs to come when they otherwise would not, or at least to accrue more quickly. Prince George's County also owns streetlights. It has undertaken a capital improvement program, or CIP, where it converts its county-owned streetlights to LEDs. The county wants to ensure that Pepco's LED initiative aligns with the county's CIP process, and that the prioritization of streetlight locations must be coordinated with the county to schedule for targeted areas for community and public safety purposes. The county is also asking the commission to require Pepco to coordinate with and seek approval from the county on the implementation schedule of Pepco's LED initiative with the county in regards to both location and timing. There are also areas in the county that are unlit or underlit, and the county requests that as part of Pepco's LED initiative, that Pepco install additional street lights and poles, especially at crosswalks, and install LED lights over existing county bus stops, benches, shelters, especially those around schools, libraries, and parks. Like the first request, the Public Service Commission should require Pepco to work with the county on determining the location of these new lights. And also, like the rest of the initiative, a kayak should not be required. Finally, back to the county-owned streetlights. In order to accelerate the conversion of county-owned streetlights to LEDs, the county would like the Pepco LED initiative to be expanded to include those county-owned lights. The county requests the same coordination with Pepco and approval process on the location and timing on these conversions. However, the county is willing to pay the kayak for these new lights, for the county-owned lights, as it understands that it will remain the owner of these street lights. The county does want to make clear that under no circumstances could Pepco force the county to convert county-owned street lights to LEDs in a particular area if the county does not have sufficient funds budgeted for that purpose. In sum, the county requests the commission to approve Pepco's LED initiative with the modifications requested by the county. We thank you for this opportunity and look forward to participating in the hearing today. Thank you.
All right, I believe it's time for Pepco. Ms. Hassan, your opening statement.
Thank you. And good morning, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners O'Donnell, Richard, Linton, and Herman. It is an honor to appear before you this morning on behalf of Pepco to seek approval of our multi-year rate plan. The company would also like to thank the Commission for pursuing alternative forms of rate making. Pepco, like the Commission, believes that pursuing a multi-year approach to rate making will provide our customers with many incremental benefits, including stable and predictable rates for the next years. The company's proposal results in no overall distribution rate increase for customers until April 1, 2023. And as proposed, once full rates are in effect in April 2024, the average residential customer would have seen an average annual increase of 1.64% since the last approved rate increase. With this modest increase, the company will still be able to continue to deliver to our customers the improved performance, reliability, and customer services that they expect. We also sincerely believe that this approach to rate making is providing the Commission and stakeholders with a longer term and more transparent view of the company's future needed capital investments and our O&M plans before the work is performed, and along with the cost of our plans and the bill impacts to our customers. We also agree that there needs to be more transparency and flexibility in the distribution system planning process. And for that reason, we will continue to be an active participant in the PC44 working group to pursue efforts to improve the distribution system planning process, and also further align planning processes with state goals and the proliferation of distributed energy resources. In addition, we have listened to the concerns raised by parties regarding the asymmetry of information between the company and the stakeholders, and we have made it a concerted effort to address these concerns by meeting with parties on several occasions prior to filing our application, as well as voluntarily providing a significant amount of pre-filing information 2.5 months before the application. And after the application was filed, we not only engaged in the normal discovery process, but we also held additional virtual meetings and conference calls with the parties to review and explain the information provided and respond to questions in real time. And in sum, I would say we have tried our best to accommodate the request of all parties, and we will continue to do so. Now, I would like to highlight a few points regarding our multi-year rate plan filing and the case that will be presented to your honors this week. And what you will hear from the company witnesses is the thoughtfulness that underpins the development of the company's capital and O&M work plans which support our multi-year rate plan. First, Pepco is proud of the fact that we have had our best ever reliability performance in Maryland last year. And I'm also proud to announce that Pepco has reported the best reliability performance of any Maryland electric utility over the past 2 years. But let's be clear, this improvement did not happen overnight, and nor did it happen by accident. Rather, it occurred because of our commitment to our customers, the hard work and dedication of our employees, as well as our well-planned and prudent investments. This same thoughtful planning, which is directed at meeting or exceeding the Commission's stringent reliability performance metrics, is what underpins the work plans presented throughout our MYP proposal. Unfortunately, however, OPC, and to a lesser extent staff, are asking that the Commission disallow significant reliability investments, as well as extend critical scopes of work for projects, and approve a revenue requirement for the company that is significant below what the company's actual cost to provide safe and reliable services to our customers. However, the record does not support their recommendations. And over the course of this hearing, the Commission will hear from our witnesses who will explain why the programs and projects that OPC and staff seek to reduce or eliminate are essential parts of the company's well-designed reliability planning process. And we will also explain why the Commission should reject calls to extend proposed work plans, including the replacement of aged infrastructure. And also, you will hear testimony which will explain why the company's rates should reflect the full scope of the work that the company intends to undertake for the benefit of our customers. Second, the company is encouraged by the support for our street lighting proposal. And following numerous communications and outreach with community leaders and community members, we have provided a fair, cost-efficient, and well-balanced street lighting proposal that will deliver customer value through the deployment of clean, energy-efficient, smart street lighting technology that will reduce electric usage. And third, we ask that the Commission approve our proposal to track 5 performance incentive mechanisms without the inclusion of a financial implication during the MYP term. We believe that this will allow the parties to focus on the process to establish and report on PIMs rather than the design and application of the financial rewards and penalties, which believe that this will also provide the Commission and parties with additional information and data for future multi-year rate plans. And finally, Your Honors, Pepco We recognize that these are challenging times for Maryland residents and customers, as we all are grappling with the impacts of the pandemic and the economic difficulties that have resulted. And in March 2020, Pepco was among the first companies in the nation to suspend service disconnections and waive new late payment fees for all customers. And we will continue to work with customers on a case-by-case basis to establish our payment plans and identify energy assistance options, including potential funding coming from new state and federal relief plans. And despite the impacts of the pandemic, the company still has the responsibility to maintain high levels of reliability and resilience. And we also have the obligation to plan for the future during a very dynamic and unprecedented time in the energy sector. The MYP proposal before you today reflects all of these factors and is designed to provide relief to our customers in the near term, as well as allow the company to continue its work and recover its investments over a longer term. In conclusion, we are grateful to the Commission and all the parties for their engagement and contributions in this proceeding. We remain steadfast in our commitment to work collaboratively with all stakeholders in furtherance of our service to our customers, and we look forward to a smooth and efficient evidentiary hearing regarding our multi-year rate plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. With that, we will begin. You may call your first witness.
Thank you. Good morning, and the company calls Mr. Kevin McGowan to the stand. I almost forgot my witness.
Mr. McGowan, if you could turn your camera on, please.
It should be on, and my mic should be on.
Okay, there we go. Yes, I see you now. If you could, oh, Mr. McGowan, you're gone. There you are. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Have we cleared up the issue with the court reporter? And can you swear in the witness? It appears that we can't get the audio for the court reporter. Mr. McGowan, if you could please raise your.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. McGowan, if you could raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're a witness.
Sorry, playing with the microphone. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McGowan. And could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Kevin McGowan, 701 9th Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20006.
And Mr. McGowan, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Kevin McGowan, previously marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And do you have before you a document entitled Errata Direct Testimony of Kevin McGowan, page 43, previously identified as Exhibit number 5?
Yes.
And do you also have before you a document entitled Errata Direct Testimony of Kevin McGowan, marked as Exhibit 6?
Yes, page 26.
Thank you. And do you also have before you the document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Kevin McGowan, previously identified as Exhibit number 7?
Yes.
And finally, do you have before you the document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Kevin McGowan, previously identified as Exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity rather to review these exhibits?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any corrections to any of these exhibits marked 4 through 8?
I do have one correction to my rebuttal testimony. If you can reference the exhibit number.
7.
7. On page 6 of my rebuttal testimony, line 17 through 23, there's a chart which updates the bill impacts. On line 20, in the first column, date has May 24th, 2021. That should be June 28th, 2021, which aligns to the expected date of the order in the case. And that's the only correction I have.
Thank you. And if I were to ask you the same questions today that were posed in your testimony, specifically marked exhibits 4 through 8, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
At this time, Commissioner, I would like for the witness to provide a brief live rejoinder.
Let's mark the exhibits. So
First.
mark exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I don't see any objections, so we'll move them into evidence. And Mr. McGowan, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McGowan, did you read the sir rebuttal testimony of Staff Witness Patterson, specifically pages 5 and 6 regarding his comments on the Exelon separation transaction?
Yes, beginning on page 5, line 23, and ending on page 6 of line 7. Mr. Patterson states the following. Staff is recommending that Pepco keep the commission informed as it goes through this transaction and report on it when and if the transaction is finalized. The report should include, but not be limited to, detailing any impacts on Pepco's operations. If there is an impact, Pepco should show how it impacts ratepayers. Additionally, staff proposes that the commission require Pepco to identify any related impacts to rate base or operating income as part of the annual information filings, consolidated reconciliation, and/or final reconciliations in this proceeding.
And Mr. McGowan, does the company agree with this recommendation?
Yes, we do. The company has already committed to update the commission staff and OPC on the progress of the separation transaction each month until it is completed. These update meetings have already begun, and we've met with staff and OPC on 2 occasions. We will certainly plan a final meeting with them once the separation transaction is completed, and will provide the information requested by Mr. Patterson in that final meeting. The company is also agreeable with staff's recommendation to identify any related impacts to rate base or operating income as a result of the separation transaction as part of the annual information filings, consolidated reconciliation, and/or final reconciliations in this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. And Your Honor, at this time, Mr. McGowan is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin with counsel for Kensington.
I have no questions, Chairman.
Counsel for Montgomery County.
Good morning. I do have some questions, Mr. McGowan.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to see you again. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good to see you.
Excellent. Thank you. So, Mr. McGowan, if you would turn to your direct testimony.
Okay.
So, in your direct testimony, you proposed tracking PIM for greenhouse gases, correct?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 9, which is Pepco's response to AOBA Data Request 4-8, and Montgomery County Exhibit 7, Pepco's response to AOBA DR 1-8.
Sorry, Ms. Brennan, you said Exhibit 7. What was the first exhibit?
Sorry, Montgomery County Exhibit 9, which is Pepco's
9.
response, yeah, and then 7.
Okay. All right, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McGowan, did you sponsor both of these data request responses?
Give me 1 second.
No problem.
So Exhibit 19, which was our response, I did sponsor that. What was the other reference? I'm sorry.
7 and 9 is what I'm referring to. Montgomery County's Exhibits 7 and 9.
Yes, I did. Sorry, we're trying to get our processes
I understand.
taken care of.
Some things are easier virtually and some not. All right, so you've got Montgomery County Exhibit 9, which is AOBA Data Request 4-8, and Exhibit 7, which is AOBA Data Request 1-8, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you said you did sponsor both of those?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure we've got that on the record. Thank you, sir. So while the company is not proposing any financial incentives or penalties relating to greenhouse gas levels for tracking or study purposes, as you refer to them in your response to data request 4-8, or any capital or O&M spending tracking, as you discuss in Exhibit 7, you did propose a 2% annual reduction goal and upper and lower bands of plus or minus 10%, correct?
We did for the greenhouse gas PIM. That is correct.
Right. Yeah, at this point, I'm just talking about the greenhouse gas PIM. So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 12. That's Pepco's response to OPC data request 1110.
So marked.
And
Exhibit
again,
12.
Mr. McGowan, did you sponsor this data request?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So greenhouse gas emission rates can be directly and indirectly impacted by a wide range of company activities. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, for example, in its question, OPC asked you about factoring distribution line losses into greenhouse gas emission rates. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in your response, you said the company does not actually measure line losses on an ongoing basis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You also said that line losses are driven by what you call external factors that are not within the direct control of the company, correct?
Yes.
So I want to be clear, the only greenhouse gas emissions you are proposing to track in this tracking PIM are the direct or so-called scope 1 emissions resulting from the company's operations?
Well, in developing the PIM, it's important that the PIM meet many criteria. One of them is that the company has control to be able to take action to influence the outcome. And on line loss specifically, line loss is driven, a large part of it is overall usage by customers. So if customers use more energy, there could be more line losses, which has an impact on greenhouse gas emissions. So the company, although we promote energy efficiency programs and do what we can to encourage customers to use less energy, it's up to the customer to decide how much they use. And because we don't have a direct control over that, it becomes difficult for us to manage and control it and be accountable for the outcome.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 17. That's Pepco's response to staff data request 3-13.
So marked.
And Montgomery County Exhibit 19, which is the response to staff data request 67-7. And I apologize, I had inadvertently omitted the attachment when I first sent it around. Hopefully everyone has received it by now. I sent it yesterday to folks.
We do have that. 17 and 19. Any others, Ms. Brennan?
You want me to do all of the rest of them at this point, or this is for this question, just those two?
Okay, let's just proceed.
Okay. So, Mr. McGowan, in your response to staff's data request 3-13, is the company, I want to clarify this, is the company tracking anything more than SF6 emissions in this tracking PIM? For example, in 67-7, in the response to 67-7 in the attachment, it shows building electricity and fleet fuel use as well.
So the PIM that the company is proposing tracks three primary sources of greenhouse gas emissions. It's building kilowatt hour usage, that the companies own or lease. It is our fleet in terms of the gasoline and diesel that we use, and also the SF6 gas that is leaked out of the circuits on our system. Those are the three items that we're tracking for purposes of this PIM.
Okay, so all three of them, not just FF6.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 4. That's Pepco's response to Montgomery County Data Request 1-1.
4 is marked.
Okay. Oh, and I may have not asked Mr. McGowan if he was the sponsor of both of those previous, if he was the sponsor of both 17 and 19. I believe Mr. McGowan is the sponsor of all of the exhibits that I have to discuss with him.
Yes, I was a
You want
sponsor
that
of the last two exhibits that we just discussed.
Thank you. And are you the sponsor for Montgomery County Exhibit 4 as well, Mr. McGowan?
Montgomery County Request 1-1, yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. So I have a few questions relating to how this PIM, the tracking metric, will work. So first, the overall greenhouse gas reduction goal is set by the company externally to the PIM and the rate case process, correct?
Can you say that again?
So
Not sure I understood.
Sure. So I'm trying to learn how the PIM tracking metric will work. I'm trying to clarify. The overall greenhouse gas reduction goal is set by the company external to the PIM and the rate case process, correct?
So I'm not sure what you mean by external to the PIM. On my page 36 of my direct testimony, I lay out the method. We would look at our 2020 actual greenhouse gas emissions from those three metrics that we just discussed, building usage, fleet, and SF6 leakage. We would look at the actual for 2020, and then our target would be to reduce that number 2% per year. And then we have a band plus or minus 10% around that. So that as long as we're within the target plus or minus 10%, we would be deemed to hit our target. If we're able to exceed and lower our overall CO2 emissions that's greater than 10% of the target, then that would be extraordinary performance. And if we fell below, it would be underperformance.
So when you are actually, setting that goal, that 2% goal, in your response to Montgomery County Data Request 1-1, you say that the goal is based on the initiatives the company is pursuing. So I'm trying to get to where the goals are coming from, what's driving them. So in this response, you say the goal is based on the initiatives the company is pursuing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Do you see that in the response?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But then, so if the commission were to approve the greenhouse gas tracking PIM, would the goals in the PIM start to drive policy for the company, or would the company policy still drive the greenhouse gas reduction goals?
Well, the company will set policy on what it wants to achieve, and that policy would help inform how the PIM should be developed. I noted that our goal was to have a 15% reduction in our greenhouse gas emission using a 2015 baseline by 2022. We were able to reduce that by 42%, so very much exceeded the goal over that period, primarily because of our initiatives to target kind of first generation circuit breakers that had a high leak rate of SF6. So we've addressed a lot of the low hanging fruit, if you will, in that goal. And so when we look at what can we accomplish going forward, we believe that based on our leak detection process, that we go out and inspect the circuit breakers to see which ones are leaking, looking at our fleet conversion from gasoline to electric, looking at how we can deploy energy efficiency in our buildings, looking at how we want to accomplish that over the next several years. We believe a 2% reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions using a 2020 baseline is appropriate. So we developed those initiatives to drive the policy to reduce it by 2% per year.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 5. That's Pepco's response to Montgomery County Data Request 1-2.
So marked.
And Mr. McGowan, do you have that there? Are you the sponsor of this data request response?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So you say in your response that the company will evaluate future PIMs in the next multi-year rate plan. What would the company do with the PIM on the day after the rate case if the company decides to set more aggressive greenhouse gas reduction goals?
So if the commission approves the PIM as proposed, we would ensure that we could meet the target PIMs, and we would obviously try to hit the higher end of the band to try to hit the stretch goal. Our plan is not to incur more costs to do that. We have set a budget the next 3 years, and we believe that we can achieve the 2% goal. If the company does set a more aggressive target for greenhouse gas emissions, we would certainly have to take that into consideration, and the PIM would certainly benefit from that. But in terms of spending more money to hit an upper end of a band, the company is not proposing that in this case.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 6. It's Pepco's response to Montgomery County Data Request 1-3.
So marked.
And Mr. McGowan, did you sponsor this data request?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. So would the existence of the PIM have any effect on the company's review or revision of the greenhouse gas reduction goals? You talk in your response about Pepco's goals beyond 2020 that are under development.
Correct. So in the district, we issued our climate change commitment late last year, and we are currently working on a climate commitment for both Maryland, Delaware, and all of our jurisdictions. So certainly, as we are developing that commitment, the actions that we're taking in this PIM have certainly been taken into account. I do not expect that the climate commitment presentation that we put together and issue this year for Pepco Maryland is going to materially conflict with this PIM.
So if approved by the commission, will the goal in this PIM be a binding goal for the company?
Well, the way that the company has proposed it is, as you know, there is no financial incentive or no financial penalties associated with that. However, it is our intention on all of these PIMs to establish initiatives and to drive performance to ensure that we meet the target of those PIMs and to the extent possible, reach the upper bound toward the stretch goal. As I mentioned, that we will report on these every 6 months, and if we fall below, we'll explain why we fell below the lower bound and what our action plan is to get back on track. So we would take these PIMs very seriously and report to the commission as though we were expected to meet these.
You talked about what's going on in other jurisdictions as well for Pepco. How would this PIM tracking goal impact overall corporate greenhouse gas emissions goals? For example, if you're wildly successful in reducing emissions in Maryland, would you accept increases in emissions from other jurisdictions?
No.
Treating them separately or combined?
They would definitely be separate. I mean, we do have a PHI. We would set a PHI overall greenhouse gas emission, and the plans for each of the jurisdictions would certainly roll up to that overall plan. But if we were very successful in Maryland, as we hope we can and will work hard to do, that does not mean that we're going to relax our efforts in Delaware or New Jersey. It just means that PHI would be able to achieve its overall goal sooner than it otherwise would have.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 13, Pepco's response to OPC data request 11-11.
So marked.
And Mr. McGowan, were you the sponsor of this response?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. The company is already tracking greenhouse gas emissions, is that correct?
It does for Pepco in total, not for Pepco Maryland, until 2020, but it did track SF6 emissions because it was a requirement from the EPA.
So as you gain information by tracking performance, is that going to inform future proposals for adjustments or revisions to the goal or the bands?
Well, certainly our progress each year on what we're able to accomplish will inform us of what opportunities we have in the future and what initiatives we can take. There's new technology, there's new methods, that are looked at and developed on a regular basis that would certainly inform what we can accomplish in the next multi-year rate plan if this PIM is approved and continues into the next multi-year rate plan. So I think all that's factored into how it would inform the goal setting for the next 3 years.
So do you have a process you're going to use to translate your learning into those future processes? Future proposals?
Well, every year we evaluate our progress to date and what we were able to accomplish. I mean, last year our greenhouse gas emissions actually went up a little bit. We weren't able to reduce it as we expected, primarily because of the COVID restrictions that required separate cars and separate trucks. You couldn't put 4 or 5 workers in one truck. You had to take separate cars. So our gas emissions actually were higher than we expected. So things happen, the environment changes, that we have to deal with those. But every year we look at what happened, what lessons learned, what new initiatives can we take to get back on track. So I think it's an annual process that we go through to evaluate it. So at the end of the 3 years in the next multi-year rate plan, if we have the option to do that, we will certainly look at what we're able to accomplish over the last couple of years, what the overall corporate goals are, and how a PIM could fit in to help drive those results.
Thank you. So you could turn back to Montgomery County Exhibit 6. That's yours, the data request from Montgomery County 1-3.
Yes.
And your response says that Pepco Maryland's greenhouse gas reduction targets will be based on Montgomery County and other jurisdictional climate change plans and initiatives. So there's a lot happening in greenhouse gas regulation and policy at all levels of government right now. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
And the company will base its goals on those jurisdictional requirements, correct?
Yes, they would.
But can you please reconcile that with what you said earlier, that Pepco has an initiative for buildings and fleets and SF6, and that with the company's targets being based on jurisdictional targets?
So we clearly have, today we have the overall state goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% in 2030. And our overall greenhouse gas emission goals have been based on that state policy. As as counties change their climate commitments or regulations, as the states become more aggressive in terms of reducing greenhouse gas reductions, we'll certainly have to modify our processes to be able to, accomplish or exceed what those states or counties are establishing. Clearly, it's a changing environment. The goals are getting more aggressive, which is great, and we're going to have to obviously change with that. Our hope is that our goals and what we're trying to accomplish are superior to what the state or counties have put out there as mandates, so that we can always sort of stay ahead and deliver better results than what we are required to in our counties and state.
So those big changes could be coming even sooner than 3 years from now, correct?
That's possible, yes.
Is the greenhouse gas PIM going to be stagnant even in if those changes occur? Say there's a huge change in state policy next year. Is there any reason to believe that the PIM tracking goal would change?
I don't believe so. I think what I see and what we see from a legislative standpoint and policy around greenhouse gas emissions, it's not going from by next year you have to reduce your greenhouse gas by 20%. It's more around reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. They may bring that in a year or two, or they may change that 40% to 50%. So these are really long-term policy goals that we see that are being changed. I can quote in the district there was a change where certain buildings have to be retrofitted to have certain energy efficiencies within 5 years. So most of these changes from a legislative standpoint that we see are certainly more longer term. And I think for a PIM that's set for 3 years, that we would be fine, and then we would have to modify that in the next multi-array plan to adjust to new policies that are issued by counties or state.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 11, Pepco's response to OPC data request 11-2.
So marked.
Mr. McGowan, did you sponsor this data request response?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. So in this response, you discuss a trend analysis. So if PIMs can require years of data in order to establish a trend analysis to support an initiative and to support the incentive and penalty structure, how does a PIM keep up with these changes in policies and regulatory environment?
Well, as I mentioned, a lot of the policies around greenhouse gas emissions are longer term policies and not necessarily focused on making changes in the next 1 to 3 years. So I think as this is a PIM that we set for the next 3 years, I would absolutely expect if the commission approves this PIM, I hope that the greenhouse gas emission PIM would be approved in future rate cases because of the importance it has in the state. And in 3 years from now, as I mentioned, we'll have to evaluate if there are any changes in policy at the state or county levels, and what initiatives we would have to take that would further change that goal. But I think every 3 years it would, because these are tied to 3-year multi-array plans, every 3 years you would update the goals based on the new facts and circumstances in the environment.
Okay, so any flexibility would be in those 3-year cycles, not necessarily between cycles?
There would be flexibility with every multi-array plan. Yes, our intent is that this is a PIM for the next 3 years that will be reevaluated based on our performance, based on trends, and you would reset the goals. Maybe the goal needs to be changed to 5% in the next PIM because the counties or states have more aggressive greenhouse gas reduction emissions than they have today. But every 3 years, we would expect to either validate or update the targets on each PIM. Or change them. Maybe the PIM is no longer relevant. Maybe it's a different PIM.
Thank you. think we're getting near the end. I'd like to ask some questions about costs. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 8, which is Pepco's response to staff data request 3-12.
This is your exhibit number 8?
Oh, I apologize. My exhibit 16.
So marked as 16.
And
This
I
is a
believe-
staff 3-12.
Sorry, yeah, I got myself confused. I apologize. I think I already introduced 8. If you would just give me a moment, let me try to.
You did not introduce
I
8.
have not. Oh, I skipped one. My tabs, I apologize. Okay, starting over. I would like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 8, which is Pepco's response to AOBA data request 1-10. And Montgomery County Exhibit 16, which is Pepco's response to staff 3-12.
And I just marked that one. So 8 and 16.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the confusion. Mr. McGowan, did you sponsor both of these data request responses?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. So you spoke earlier about the company's not planning on increasing spending to achieve this greenhouse gas tracking PIM, correct?
Yes.
And in these data request responses, you state that as well, that you're not planning on spending additional funds beyond what's proposed in the multi-year plan associated with the greenhouse gas PIM. So does the tracking PIM really have no additional costs, not even administrative and staff time?
So for the greenhouse gas emission PIM, as I mentioned, we have an environmental group that looks at, what is our goal to reduce greenhouse gas emission, and those costs are part of the multi-array plan, and they are committing to reduce the greenhouse gases by 2% per year. So those costs are in the plan. My comment here was to address some concerns that what incentives does the company have, or what controls does the company have that would ensure that it doesn't go out and just tomorrow convert all of its electric vehicles or all of its cars to electric vehicles just to meet the stretch goal on the PIM. And that's not the objective of what we're trying to do. So the multi-array plan includes the cost to achieve the target on all of our PIMs. And it's not our intention to spend above the multi-array plan just to hit the stretch goal, especially if there was a financial reward associated with it. That would be inappropriate just to spend money to hit the stretch. Our plan is to use existing resources that are currently in the plan and to try to achieve the upper end of the band and hit the stretch goal without spending more money that's been budgeted in the MYP, excuse me.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Mr. McGowan. I have no further questions.
Good, thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Montgomery County Exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, and 19 into evidence.
Ms. Brennan, I don't believe you've ever introduced Exhibit 5 or questioned based on Exhibit number 5. You did on all the others.
That was Montgomery County Data Request 1-2. And hold on. I believe that was a question about evaluating what would the company do with the PIM on the day after the rate case if the company decides to set more aggressive goals? Was the question?
I recall the question. I don't recall the exhibit being marked or the witness being asked if he prepared that. Mr. McGowan or counsel for Pepco, any objection with Exhibit 5? May just be my recollection. Mrs.
No,
Hassan?
no, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Okay. Commission will accept into evidence Exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, and 19. Thank you, Ms. Brennan.
Thank you,
We'll
and I
turn-
apologize if I inadvertently omitted that reference when I was asking that question.
We'll turn to counsel for Prince George's County. You may begin your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McGowan.
Good morning, Mr. McGee. How are you?
Good, thanks. I want to talk to you about two different topics, and the first is the topic that you mentioned in your rejoinder testimony. It's also in your rebuttal testimony, and it's what you've called in your rebuttal testimony the separation transaction, where Exelon has spun off its generation. You called it its competitive retail energy and merchant generation business. That's on pages 2 to 4 of your rebuttal testimony. Do you recall testifying to that?
I do. Just one clarification. The transaction has not occurred, is proposed.
Sure, I understand. And your testimony in that rebuttal testimony says that there will be no impact on the operation of Pepco and the risk profile of Pepco will remain the same after the transaction closes. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you also referenced ring fencing provisions adopted by the commission in approving the merger of Exelon and PHI, and they would continue, and that would isolate Pepco from any financial difficulties of Exelon in the future. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
So what non-regulated activities would Exelon perform after the separation transaction closes?
So if the proposed separation transaction is completed, the Exelon utilities would be essentially virtually all of the earnings of the new company. There's nothing that I'm aware of in terms of any material unregulated activities that would remain within the utility business.
When you say remain in the utility business, you mean remain with Exelon as the overall?
Yeah. So if we're referring to
parent?
Exelon, as the RemainCo, then there's no unregulated activities that I'm aware of that would remain in the Exelon group that would be material.
Okay, thank you. In addition to the ring fencing provisions that you mentioned, which was a condition of the merger that the commission approved, will Pepco and Exelon honor all the other conditions of the merger after the transaction closes, if the transaction closes?
Yes, the company, both Exelon and Pepco, are committed to ensure that every merger commitment that it made is completed.
Regarding the renewable generation commitments made by Exelon, if I understand the separation transaction correctly, the generation business is spun off. So how would the commission ensure compliance by the Exelon generation business that's no longer tied to the utilities?
So I don't recall any commitment within the document that was made by the XGen business. All the merger commitments were either by Exelon, the parent company, or Pepco. And so we will ensure, I do know that some of the commitments were to build renewable generation, but that was an Exelon commitment, not a generation commitment. And we will ensure that all those commitments are fulfilled.
Thank you. Switching over to the streetlight initiative. As the company's main policy witness, I want to make sure that I understand if you're in line with the other Pepco witness testimony about street lighting. And that certain statements made by those company witnesses in testimony are now part of the company's application and are binding on the company if the initiative is improved. So for an example, if you can turn to the rebuttal testimony of Pepco witness Schatz.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
So of course it was the last book. Okay, I have it here.
So if you can turn to page 10, please, of the rebuttal testimony of witness Schatz.
Okay, I'm there.
And right in the middle, he titles section 4 of his testimony, Deployment of Smart LED Streetlights Will Be Coordinated with Customers and Incorporate Customer Preferences and Choices. Do you see that section?
Yes, I do.
Then the next page, page 11, on question 20, he lists what he calls a high-level summary of engagement steps. And as an example, I want to confirm with you that Pepco as a company is committing to that process that's outlined by witness Schatz. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the company's proposal in our application. So I would support that.
Okay. And as another example, if you can turn to page 12, question 22.
Okay.
And there, witness Schatz says that Pepco will commit to having a demonstration site for light offerings, one in Prince George's County, one in Montgomery County, for at least 1 year. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so you're confirming that Pepco, if the initiative is approved by the commission, would confirm to this type of commitment?
Yes.
Thank you. Relating to street lighting, are there any statements in any Pepco witness written testimony that the parties or this commission should not treat as a binding?
Can you repeat the question? At least on my mic, you cut out for a few seconds.
I'm sorry. So relating to the street lighting only, are there any statements that are made by a Pepco witness in written testimony that the parties or the commission should not treat as a binding commitment on Pepco?
Well, I think our testimony speaks for itself. The witnesses are providing testimony. They are providing um, a proposal. And if the commission approves that proposal by the company, then we would be bound to make sure that we comply with the commission's decision.
Thank you. Relating to data responses by Pepco witnesses regarding streetlights, are you aware of any statements by those Pepco witnesses in data responses that the parties of this or this commission should not treat as binding on Pepco?
Again, I would have the same answer. It is our company's
Okay,
proposal, and it would be up to the commission to decide what the company does or doesn't do.
understood. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a brief recess at this time until 11:40 a.m. At that time, we'll begin the cross with AOBA. Mr. McGowan, please don't have any conversations with your attorney until you are dismissed. We're in recess until 11:40. We will go back on the record in approximately 1 minute. We are back on the record. Counsel for Aoba, you may examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McGowan.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. How are you?
Good, good. Let's start off by having you please turn to your rebuttal testimony and refer to page 8.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And please look at lines 16 through 19, where you assert that the ROE proposals by interveners, quote, fall below accepted benchmarks, unquote. Am I correct that neither you nor witness McKenzie has conducted a study to identify the cases which a commission has relied on, the accepted benchmarks to which you refer on page 8 of your rebuttal testimony?
So I am actually referring to company witness McKenzie's testimony. So I would direct that question to him. I do recall answering a DR on that point, but I would direct the question to him.
Your Honor, I would like to mark for the record what has been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 7. It is attached to your exhibit packet. It is Pepco's response to AOBA data request number 4, question number 3. I might note for the record, Your Honor, it's attached to your exhibit list, but it is also included in the rebuttal testimony of AOBA witness Bruce Oliver in attachment A.
Thank you. We'll mark this as AOBA Exhibit 7.
Could you just take a look at that for a moment, Mr. McGowan, and see that you are listed as one of the sponsors along with Mr. McKenzie?
Yes.
Okay, and just read to yourself the first sentence in Part B.
Okay.
Okay. And now, would you like to agree with me that neither you nor company witness McKenzie has conducted a research study to identify the particular case citations to instances in which regulatory commissions have cited your specific benchmarks?
Yes, this is the DR I was referring to in my response earlier. I would also note that the DR goes on to say that ROEs approved by other regulators are frequently referenced by regulators and participants to rate case proceedings. So I think the entire paragraph is important in responding to that question.
Thank you. Now, could you please tell me on what analysis do you assert that the benchmarks to which you refer in your rebuttal testimony at page 8 are for utilities with risks similar to those for Pepco's distribution utility operations in Maryland?
Again, I'm referring to company witness McKenzie's rebuttal testimony on this point, and I believe the utilities with similar risk that we're referring to are, for example, BGE and Delmarva Power. And they had ROEs recently awarded of 9.5 and 9.6. And so the range of 9 to 9.4 were certainly below what has been recently approved.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for Mr. McGowan, Your Honor. I'd like to move the admission of AOBA Exhibit 7.
Seeing no objection, BA Exhibit 7 is moved into evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Ryan,
Francis.
examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McGowan.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I'd like to start some questions at the very beginning of your direct testimony on page 2.
Okay.
And if you look at that, the first full question on that page, question 4, asks about your involvement in civic organizations. Why is your participation in civic organizations relevant to Pepco's application for an increase in base rates?
You're on page,
Page 2 of your direct testimony.
I'm sorry, in my rebuttal testimony.
Your initial testimony.
Yes. So part of the company's application is to describe what the company does, and we are involved in the communities. I wanted to make sure that as part of what our company does is that it's important that all executives are engaged in the community, and I wanted to list what my participation was in these various organizations. It's just part of the entire story and the background of what the company does in its service territory and its communities.
Does your participation in civic organizations relate to Pepco's gross utility revenues?
Does it relate to it? Can you just, when you say relate to our revenues, I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Well, one of the issues in a rate case is a utilities revenues for the proposed rate structure. Is your participation in civic organizations relevant to the issue of Pepco's gross utility revenues?
Whether or not I'm involved in a civic organization has no direct bearing on the revenue of the company. As I mentioned, it's important for us to tell the entire story of what we do for our communities, and I felt that was important to add in my testimony.
Is your participation in civic organizations relevant to the operating expenses of Pepco?
No, same response.
Is your participation in civic organizations relevant to the base rate on which Pepco is requesting a return?
No, same answer.
Is your participation in civic organizations relevant to the return to which investors are reasonably entitled?
No, same answer.
Your answer on that page indicates that you serve on the executive committee for board of the Junior Achievement of Greater Washington. In that position, do you serve as a private individual or do you serve as a representative of Pepco?
I'm on the board as an individual, but clearly representing the company on the board.
Okay. And when you represent the company, are you referring to Pepco or PHI?
Pepco.
But if I understand your biography correct, you are employed by PHI. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. PHI Service Company.
I also noted that you mentioned that you were the Pepco executive sponsor for the Salvation Army 2019 Angel Tree Program. And again, is that something that you did in the name of Pepco or the name of PHI?
It was for Pepco.
Okay, so it looks to me, at least pursuant to the activities that you have described in your testimony, that PHI executives conduct charitable activities in the name of Pepco.
PHI executives represent PHI, Pepco, Delmarva Power, and Alaxia Electric. We represent all the utilities throughout our service territory.
Let's move on to page 5.
Okay.
And I'm looking specifically there at lines 18. Did I write that down right? Yes, 18 through 19. You're talking about how Pepco is involved. I might not have my citation right there. If you could pause just a moment.
Sure.
All right, let me check that. Okay, yeah, there we go. Pepco is actively engaged in the surrounding regions through investment, corporate philanthropy, and other programs. How do you define surrounding regions?
Well, I'll take junior achievement as an example. The junior achievement of the greater Washington area serves parts of Fairfax, Virginia, DC, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County. So it's the immediate area within the Maryland, DC area.
And how is Pepco's corporate philanthropy relevant to its application for an increase in base rates?
Well, again, as I said, we think it's important to tell the story of the company, what we're doing for our customers, both on a reliability standpoint, what we're doing to drive customer care. It's important for us to be engaged in our community, to promote education, workforce development, equity, opportunities, economic development. It's important for us to work with use our resources, our volunteer time to help a lot of the organizations in the communities that we serve and live. I think it's a very important. It's part of being a good corporate citizen, and it's important as part of our story, and that's why we put this in our application.
But just to be clear, it's not relevant to Pepco's gross utility revenues.
Whether or not this is, I guess, first of all, the time that we spend on volunteer activities is personal time. Contributions that are made by the company are made by shareholder dollars, and so those are not being recovered in this rate case.
So they are not relevant to gross utility revenues. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they're not relevant to operating expenses.
Correct.
And they're not relevant to rate base.
That is correct, yes.
Nor to the return that investors expect.
That is correct.
Okay, let's move on to page 6. Looking at line 14 here. And there you point out that Pepco, along with Delmarva Power, donated approximately 1.2 million of charitable contributions. How is Delmarva Power's charitable activity relevant to Pepco's rate increase request?
So it's not relevant to the rate increase request. I was noting that we have a merger commitment to contribute, I believe it's $656,000 per year for 10 years. And just noting that we actually exceeded that this year of 1.2 million. Again, I think it's important as part of our story to demonstrate that we are a good corporate citizen, that we're doing all the things that the commission and our customers expect us to do to be engaged in the community and help them in ways we can.
Of that 1.2 million, do you know how much went into Pepco's service territory?
I don't have that number.
Okay. Okay, and then let's move on to page 8.
Okay.
And I'm looking here specifically at line 13. You note that Pepco and Exelon Corporation have made some financial charitable contributions. How is Exelon's charitable giving relevant to Pepco's application for an increase in base rates?
So again, as part of describing what the company does for its community, we thought it was important to note that during the COVID-19 pandemic, both Pepco and Exelon stepped up to help our customers through an $825,000 donation to address, as I mentioned, food insecurity, loss of wages, and assistance for children and family. We also made an additional 1.25 million for economic development and scholarships for kids that may otherwise not have had an opportunity to go to a community college. So we think this is important. It's I think it's what people expect. Questions we receive, what is the company doing to help customers during this pandemic? This addresses that question.
So is it your testimony that Exelon's corporate benevolence is among the benefits that Pepco provides to Maryland?
Well, in this situation, the Exelon Foundation and Pepco made an $825,000 contribution to the organizations that I mentioned.
Of that donation, can you tell me how much of it was made by Pepco and how much was made by Exelon?
I don't have that information.
Okay. Now, in this case, as is standard, there were evening public comment hearings. There were two held, one on March 15th and one on April 15th. And you attended both of those hearings on behalf of Pepco, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And during those hearings, do you recall hearing references to Tony Ruffin?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain who Mr. Ruffin is?
Mr. Ruffin is an employee in the government affairs group whose role is to interact with, be a liaison with the counties in primarily Prince George's County.
Do you happen to have the testimony of, I think this is Mr. Barnett in front of you?
Direct or rebuttal?
Direct. And specifically, I have a question for you that relates to Schedule PSB 1.
All right, give me 1 second.
Sure. Take your time.
Right, you said it was PSB1?
Yes. And I'm looking specifically at page 6.
Page 6. Right, this is the functional organization.
Yes. Can you describe this exhibit?
This appears to be an organization chart for the government and external affairs organization.
And does this look like it's for Pepco or for PHI?
This is a PHI organization chart.
Okay. And is your position one of the boxes on this chart?
No, it's not. This is the government affairs organization, and I'm in the regulatory organization.
Got it. Is Mr. Ruffin in the government affairs organization?
Yes.
Is his position on this chart?
There's no names on here. I don't know.
Okay. Is Mr. Ruffin an employee of Pepco or PHI?
I don't know. I would suspect. Well, he's either an employee of Pepco or the service company. I don't know exactly.
Okay. Would any of the witnesses who are testifying in this proceeding be able to answer that?
I don't know. I know we don't have an HR witness in this case.
Sure.
I don't know.
appreciate.
I don't know if anyone could.
I know that was something that has only come up as a result of the public comment, so I appreciate your that you don't have that information at the moment. At this point in time, then I would like to have you look at the exhibit that OPC marked as Exhibit 15 for its hearing exhibits.
my lifeline. Thank you. Okay, I have it.
Thank you. And just as by way of introduction, I just wanted to let you know, I know that this is not a document that you produced, and I don't expect you to answer as to the, veracity of what it contains. I just was hoping that some of the documents in this exhibit might help you, address some of these questions regarding exactly what Mr. Ruffin's role is. And I think the first thing I would, if you could take a look at page 6.
Okay.
And you'll see towards the bottom of that page is Tony Ruffin's email signature. And it indicates Government and External Affairs Manager. And on the third line, it says Pepco and Exelon Company. You see that?
I do, yes.
Would you take that as an indication that he works for Pepco?
Objection. This question calls for hearsay, and also the OPC's counsel has failed to provide the proper foundation so as to authenticate this document.
Your Honor, OPC is not asking the witness about the truth of the matter asserted in these documents. OPC is merely asking the witness to provide his interpretation of what these documents say in relationship to Pepco's corporate structure.
Overrule the objection, Ms. Hassan. Mr. McGowan, if you could answer the question, please answer. If you can't, we'll try to wrap up this line of questioning.
Sure. So, Ms. Ryan, when you asked, do I know what company Mr. Ruffin works for, I interpret that as, does he get paid from Pepco or the PHI service company? That's just more of a way we allocate costs. So maybe that's not relevant. I mean, Mr. Ruffin clearly works in the Prince George's County. He works, for the Pepco organization in Prince George's County.
Okay, and then we'll move on. If you have in front of you Pepco exhibit, let me see which number I'm heading towards. Let's look at 16.
Exhibit 15, page 16?
Exhibit 16.
16. Okay.
And let's look at page I lost my page here. Page 10.
So I'm not familiar with this document. Can you explain what this document is? Or I didn't sponsor this.
Certainly. And again, if you would refer to the front page, this is 2020 registered lobbyists. And if you would, I notice it did not come through on the printout. Would you accept, subject to check, that this is from Montgomery County's website?
This is not my document. I've never seen this before.
Again, Your Honor, I would like to reinstate the company's objections to this line of inquiry on the grounds that the counsel has failed to lay the proper foundation. The witness has indicated he's not familiar with the document. He was not a custodian. In addition, counsel has not provided that this is actually an appropriate business record. We have no litany of the custodial. This has been the custodial chain, or if this document has even been notarized.
Your Honor, again, OPC is not asking the witness to testify to the truth of the matter asserted in these documents. And OPC would hope that Mr. McGowan.
The objection is overruled, but Ms. Ryan, it doesn't sound like you're going to get very far with
No.
with Mr. McGowan here. So you could try again.
So I understand, again, Mr. McGowan, this is not your document. And I assume that your counsel will confirm that this matches the registered lobbyist list on the Montgomery County website. My question for you just is on page 10, line 49.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
I want to make sure he's there. I apologize, Your Honor. Are you there,
Oh,
Mr. McGowan?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Thank you. And again, I'm not asking you whether this document represents, what it says is accurate, but it appears that this document indicates that Anthony Ruffin represents Pepco Holdings. Is that correct?
Again, I see the words on the page, and that's all I can say.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how the form is filled out. I don't know what the criteria is, but all I can say is I see those words on the page, but I don't know where this document comes from.
Sure. Do you know, is it common for Pepco employees to represent themselves in some instances as, being a Pepco representative and in others being a PHI representative?
I mean, it depends on the employee. It depends on the situation.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have on that issue, Mr. McGowan. And Your Honor, at this point, I would like to request the Commission's indulgence for a very short break. The parties and the Commission likely noticed on OPC's exhibit list that OPC's exhibits 12 and 13 are the transcripts from the public hearings conducted on March 15th and April 15th of this year. At the time that exhibit lists were circulated, OPC had not yet been able to obtain those transcripts from CRC Solomon. And it has come to my attention that during AOBA's questioning of Mr. McGowan, those transcripts were provided to OPC. So I was hoping to maybe take a brief 3 to 5 minute pause to allow me to circulate those transcripts to the Commission and parties so that I can be more accurate in asking Mr. McGowan questions about them.
The Commission received the transcripts a few minutes ago, actually. I don't know if the parties received it as well. Okay,
So,
we'll take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 12:10 if you'd like to circulate them, Ms. Ryan. So you have 4 minutes.
thank you very much, Your Honor.
We're going back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did just send those transcripts out to all the parties, and hopefully they will be able to receive them, and that should make it easier for everyone to follow along. Having just received them myself, I'm going to do my best to provide citations that are specific as possible with my questions.
Mr. Ryan, just to be clear, we have not received a copy yet, and I don't have a hard copy of it, so I just want to make sure that you knew that.
Thank you for clarifying that. I will be a little understanding in terms of, the information available to you when you answer these questions. And so,
Mr. Ryan, if you can make it simple for the witness, and I have it in front of me, so if the witness is willing to stipulate to the authenticity of what she's reading on the transcript, let's try to make it succinct for them.
certainly, that makes sense. Mr. McGowan, do you recall at the April 15th meeting, the mayor of Mount Rainier referencing a $20,000 donation to Mount Rainier's library?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall her making reference to she would have preferred cash?
I don't recall that comment until you mentioned it this morning.
Okay. Is it Pepco's practice, to your knowledge, to offer communities donations either in service or in cash, although it sounds like that's not the practice, to earn their public support?
Absolutely not. I mean, we work with communities, we work with nonprofit organizations to help advance, certain outcomes and policies within the jurisdictions. It's important for us to support these communities and be a good corporate citizen to help drive common outcomes in terms of, as I mentioned before, it's workforce development, it's education, it's economic development. These are things that we as a company want to do in these communities. It's the communities that we live in. We know when they thrive, we all thrive. And so it's important for us to be engaged and to help these communities depending on what their goals are. We would hope that as part of that, they would recognize that we are good corporate citizens and are doing our part to help the communities thrive. That's our policy on why we do that.
And just going back a little bit to a little earlier, we talked about Tony Ruffin and his role. To your knowledge, would his role involve responding to calls from public officials?
If I recall, there was 2 public hearings. I recall Mr. Rufkin and also Mr. Pasternak being complimented by both individuals and other. The mayor's Mount Rainier was one of them. He got several compliments of the work he does, and that's exactly what we want him to do. We want him highly engaged, and we want all of our employees to be highly engaged, to work with our communities, to work with our customers. If they have an issue, they know who to call, and he obviously has been able to satisfy those calls and address those issues in a very good way, such that individuals and other folks on the call, complimented his work.
Is it typical for Pepco employees to respond to calls, Pepco employees at the level that Mr. Ruffin is at, to respond to calls related to Pepco's businesses at 3:00 in the morning?
Well, I'd like to say that we are open 24/7, and if a customer or a commissioner or an elected official has something on their mind at 3 in the morning, we believe that if they want to call us, we'll answer the phone.
And is it Pepco's practice to respond to personal problems of elected officials at 3:00 in the morning?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Is there someone, would any of the witnesses in this hearing be able to answer that?
I do not know. Probably not.
Okay. I understand that is a little, different basis than what these witnesses testified to. Thank you, Mr. McGowan. That concludes my questions for you.
All right. Thank you.
Counsel for commission staff, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, Mr. McGowan.
Good morning, Mr. Spivak. How are you?
All right, and you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Okay, I think I can keep this fairly brief. But I would like to start in your rebuttal testimony, please. Page 2. And we are looking at the your Roman numeral 2 reaction to the revised billing determinant proposal. We just want to clarify a few things here.
Sure.
To clarify regarding the revised billing determinants for schedules R and RTM, is Pepco accepting witness Hoppeck's revised billing determinants for schedules R and RTM as presented in his rebuttal testimony?
So what we're saying is that Mr. Hoppeck's approach is reasonable. We did not update our numbers. We, as I mentioned, moving the customer growth from the RTM to the residential is an immaterial amount. However, if the commission does adopt Mr. Hoppeck's approach, which again we think is a reasonable approach, we would certainly update that in the billing determinants. But as of right now, it's not included in the company's filing.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, witness Hoppeck's original adjusted and revised billing determinant forecasts for the residential classes remove Pepco's proposed COVID-19 adjustments. Does Pepco agree to remove these COVID-19 adjustments for the residential billing determinant forecasts?
So I would address that question to company witness Bonikowski.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that when his turn comes then. And does the company agree to use separate linear regression models to forecast Schedule R and RTM customer accounts in its next MYP multi-year plan?
Actually, I may have misspoke. Not company witness Bonikowski. It's company witness Dr. Efimova. She is our forecaster, and I would direct that second question to her as well.
Okay, so direct both of those questions to Dr. Efimova.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to turn you to page 12 of your direct testimony, please. And I don't know if you saw, but I sent you an email a few minutes which had the comparison chart that was filed on Friday, which Pepco has previously reviewed, just so to make sure you have easy access to it, because I do have a couple of questions about that.
Yes, I have a copy here.
Okay. Now going to your direct testimony, you state that Pepco, beginning at line 17, the company is projected to spend approximately $259 million in 2020 and $1.09 billion over the 4-year calendar period 2021 through 2024 on upgrades and improvements to Pepco's Maryland distribution system. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And does that remain the company's proposal and plan?
Yes, this actually references company witness Stewart. He details this in his testimony, but yes, that's our proposal. And again, this is a capital spend, not plant and service.
Okay. All right, now can you go to the comparison chart, please? And we'll start at the first tab there. And I note that at the top, it indicates that it's for the 12 months ending March 31st, 2022. and that the figures are stated in thousands of dollars. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Okay, now in the second, well, actually, I guess it's column D. Those are the numbers for rate base. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. And at the bottom of that column, Pepco's rate base, adjusted rate base, is stated as being expected to be $2,102,766,000. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. And do you have any reason to believe that figure is incorrect?
I'm assuming that company witness Wolverton or the company has approved these numbers. Again, this is I saw the one that came out on Friday, assuming that we've signed off on this, but assuming that has happened, then the 2.1 billion you quote is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Okay, can I ask you to accept a number subject to check from the comparison chart for case 9311? And that number is that the equivalent number to this number here for the year ending, I believe it's for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2012, was $1,342,778.
Subject to check.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I'd like to go to the tab on this year's, on this case, the comparison chart for this case, that's 2024. And do you see that the equivalent figure on this table in the rate base column for adjusted rate base as of March 31st, 2024 is $2,585,603. $2,585,603,000, excuse me. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So essentially, assuming that Pepco's rate request was granted, that would be an increase of $482,837,000 from the figure in the 2002 tab, 2022 tab.
Subject to check, that looks right.
Okay. And also subject to check on the last number, that the difference between 2022 and the number at the end of 2012 was just shy of 760 million.
Over that 10-year period, I agree. It's about 760. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes the comparison chart section of this. Going back to your direct testimony, I'd like you to turn to page 26. And you have a table in the middle of the page there showing the percent increase on monthly bills. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on that table, if you look at the column percent monthly total bill increase, you're showing for April 1st, 2023, an increase of 4.4%, and for 2024, 4.2%. Is that right?
Yeah, but I just did want to clarify, this was in my direct testimony. These numbers have been updated, and I have a similar table in my rebuttal. So if you're looking at the current position, we should probably use my rebuttal unless you have a specific question on this table.
It's more of a general question about the figures themselves.
Okay.
It's not so much on the specific number.
Okay.
And the question is, in this context, are you including SOS supply as part of the total bill or just the total distribution bill?
This is the customer's total bill, including supply.
Okay, so as a percentage of the distribution bill, it would be, the numbers would be higher. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And I believe on page 27 of your direct testimony, you note that distribution represents 37% of the bill. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And feel free to correct my math or have someone do it at a later moment if you need. But I calculate that based on those numbers, the increase in the percent monthly total bill for just the distribution portion of the bill would be approximately 11.3%. Does that sound in the ballpark to you?
For which year?
Let's see. I believe it would be 2024.
So I have, if you're looking for the distribution only impact, I have that number. If you'd like, I can just give it to you. 11% is a little high.
Okay, can you then please, that would be excellent.
And again, this is based on the rebuttal of the current position, not the numbers in my direct testimony.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. So for April 1st, 2023, the distribution increase is 9.9%. And in April 1, 24, it's 9%. And that would compare to the 4.3 and the 4.1%. And then in terms of the overall CAGR, which I think is important because this is we're talking about rates that are in April 1, 2024, relative to when the last rate increase happened in August of 2019, the overall annual increase on the distribution bill is 3.6%.
And that's for residential customers, correct?
Yes, it is.
And those numbers will be different for other classes, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And in some cases, a fair amount more, is that correct?
Could be higher, could be lower. It just depends on the class.
Okay.
Are you on mute, Mr. Suvak?
Yes, I was. Thank you. Sometimes this going in and out of mute does kind of get the better of us. But can we go to page 36 of your direct testimony, please?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Okay, and you are talking about the GHG emission target PIM, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now at the very bottom of the page, you state that the upper and lower bands were selected as plus or minus 10%. Is that right?
Correct.
And I believe you state just above that, at lines 8 and 9, the company is planning for a 2% reduction in its greenhouse gas targets every year. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. If you hit the upper end of the plus or minus 10% range, you will have essentially wiped out 5 years of progress on your greenhouse gas goal, given that your plus or minus range is 10%, and your annual goal is a 2% reduction in greenhouse gas. Isn't that the case?
No, I think the way the math works, if you set a 10% upper band and you were able to achieve that upper band in each of 3 years, it would be a total reduction of about 15%. It's about 5% per year. So the target goal of 2% per year is about 6%. So it's about twice what what the target is.
Okay, so instead of wiping out all of your progress over that period, it would simply be roughly 2/3. That math work to you?
Can you restate that question?
Okay, so instead of simply canceling the greenhouse gas project progress of in its entirety over that 5-year period, reaching that 10% as compared to the 15%, which would eliminate 2/3 of that reduction. Is that correct?
Oh, so you're maybe I misunderstood your question originally. I was referring to setting an aggressive target to actually reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 5% per year. You're suggesting that if in terms of if we were to actually move backwards and not achieve our target, but achieve something less?
Well, yes. I mean, what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to get to here is just that the band, the 10% plus or minus band, seems rather wide in relation to a 2% target. And I wanted to see if you could clarify that in any way, because it seems that if you exceed your target amount by the top of the band, you've essentially eliminated all of your progress, or a good chunk of your progress, in reaching the overall greenhouse gas goal.
Right. So the reason we selected a 10% ban was because the greenhouse gas emissions had always been calculated on a Pepco total basis. And what we're trying to do is break this down into a Pepco Maryland distribution. And that's what the PIM is based on. And so there is some estimations that was taken into consideration over the years up through 2020. And so the 10% was more around moving from what was originally an estimation to one that's now precise for the Pepco Maryland territory. And so that's why we had a 10% ban. Our objective is to drive that number down and to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. But the 10% ban was more around going from a process now where we estimated on a Pepco total to one that has specific initiatives to Pepco Maryland.
Okay, and does that suggest that in your next multi-year plan that band will be narrowed?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we go to page 39 of your direct testimony, please?
Okay.
Okay, now you'd note in the preceding pages that the company achieved 42% reduction in greenhouse gases over a 4-year period, averaging 10.2%. Is that right? I believe that's at page 37, 38.
Yes, that's correct. It was actually from 2015 to 2019.
Okay, and so the average reduction over that period was 10.2% per year. Do I have that correct?
On a straight line average, yes.
And the Maryland portion of that is approximately half. Is that correct?
Correct, about 52%.
About 5.2%, you mean? No, 52% of the total. That's what
52% of the total, yes.
Okay. So, and that would presume or at least imply that the Maryland greenhouse gas output or production also decreased over that time period by roughly 10.2% per year, something close to the system average.
I think that's our assumption is that we reduced them in proportionate shares within the service territory.
Okay.
So I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Okay. But despite having done that well over the past 4-year period, your goal over the course of this multi-year plan is 2% annual reduction, correct?
That is correct. And as I mentioned earlier, I believe it was Mrs. Brennan I was referring to, between 2015 and 2019, we had an initiative to replace I'd call them the first generation of circuit breakers and switches that were prone to leaking, the FS6 gas. These breakers were installed back in the 60s and 70s. So all of those have been replaced with the exception of 10. So that was a big effort, and that was the result of bringing down our overall emissions down by 42% over that time period. So those initiatives aren't available today. So we don't have these big ticket initiatives that you can reduce your greenhouse gas emissions in a large amount in a short period of time. And so that's why we feel that going forward, it becomes more and more difficult to find initiatives to reduce your overall greenhouse gas emission. And so we think 2% per year is a good target for the next 3 years.
Okay. So what I hear in that answer is essentially that Pepco feels has already picked the low-hanging fruit, and that further reductions will be more difficult, and therefore the goal is somewhat less ambitious. Do I have that? Am I summarizing you or paraphrasing you reasonably well there?
Well, I think I wouldn't say our goals are less ambitious. I think what we can accomplish over the next 3 years, is not what we were able to accomplish over the last 3 years. This is, we have a long-term goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by a certain percent. As you look at different initiatives, those initiatives achieve better outcomes than others. But I think over the next 3 years, we think 2% is appropriate. We set the stretch goal at 5% per year. So that would actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 15% over that time period. And our objective is to pursue initiatives to try to achieve the highest amount in that range.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McGowan. That's all I have for you this morning.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Spivak.
Ms. Hassan, do you have redirect for your witness?
No, Your Honor, but we definitely will be clarifying on those subjects the topics rather, that what the witness indicated they was subject to check, because there was quite a bit of quick math, so to speak.
That's your right. Do you commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McGowan, on page 24 of your direct testimony, you have the revenue requirement increases. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Based on the original application, those have obviously been updated.
And where's the update chart?
I believe that would be in company witness Wolverton. I can probably find it for you if you give me a second.
Okay.
So if you go to Mr. Wolverton's rebuttal testimony on page 3.
Rebuttal testimony.
Yes, you'll see that same chart.
I'm sorry, what page?
Page 2.
Page 2. Okay, got it. So I just want to be clear, what we have here and what the company is proposing is in year one, a $37.4 million increase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And that is in fact a rate increase. It's just the company's proposal is to offset the increase by credits that customers would receive potentially over a longer period of time. But in fact, this is a rate increase of 37.4 million.
Yes, that's correct. And
Okay.
the offsets are from the acceleration of credits, but also a pausing of amortization on reg assets. But the
Right.
primary driver is the acceleration of the tax benefits.
Okay. And then we have 73 minus 37, you know, you do the math, but then we have additional increases each year of about 30 million. Is that about right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Okay. With a total rate increase to customers of 104 million, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear on that. So I'm just a little confused, Mr. McGowan, and just help me out. How many errata did the company file in this case? I just want to make sure I have them all straight here.
I'm not so sure I have that. I know we filed an errata on January 11th. And then there have been some small erratas to pages, but I believe the one errata on July 11th was the primary one that we had filed on the rate
July
design.
11th or
I'm sorry, January 11th.
Okay. All right. And that one was for a pretty significant change on billing determinants. Is that right?
We don't think I wouldn't characterize that as significant. We did agree with staff to update the numbers. And so we wanted to be cooperative and agree to update the billing determinants to have the most accurate numbers for the parties.
Okay. And so that was that change was precipitated by staff then.
If I recall, it was part of a DR that we were asked to look at, and responding to the DR, we discovered there was an issue, and we worked with staff and had provided the information in the DR. But as part of that, staff requested that we update our rate design and our case, and so
Okay.
we agreed with that.
Right. And so I believe there was also an error in the OPEB liability that was, I think OPC's witness found that error. Is that correct?
I believe that's right. They noticed the OPEB had been double counted, and we corrected that in our rebuttal testimony.
Right. And that was to the tune of, I thought, $32 million. Does that sound right?
That wouldn't be the revenue requirement.
Right. I get that.
But I would submit the check.
Okay. And then there were other changes that were made, I believe, in rebuttal testimony with respect to some error with around Benning. Some concern about Benning. You aware of that one?
I don't recall there being an error. I know we updated some of our numbers to actuals, but I don't recall there being an error with the Benning numbers.
Okay. How about institutional advertising? Was that just an update or was that a correction?
I believe that was an update to actuals. I don't recall that being a correction.
Okay. Annual lighted hours for the for that that lighting rate schedule. You recall that one?
I don't recall that one.
Okay. And then Mr. Bonikowski made a number of changes in his rebuttal schedules. Is that right?
as part of his rebuttal filing.
Yeah.
He would have updated his schedules based on our revised position on the revenue requirement.
Okay.
And I think that was always our intention, was to update the schedules with rebuttal testimony.
Right. And were there any other reasons for the changes in his rebuttal schedules, or should I ask him that question?
I would direct that question to him.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. McGowan, your testimony says that if the commission accepts the positions of other parties with respect to the return on equity and the disallowances, that would place your reliability targets at risk. Is that correct?
The testimony is that if the commission were to adopt OPC and staff's positions on eliminating the capital spend that we believe is necessary to meet the reliability targets, then we think it would be have an adverse impact on our ability to meet those targets.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying that if the commission were to hypothetically do that, are you saying you're not going to meet the targets?
Well, it's our obligation to meet all the targets that the commission sets forth, and so we will do what we need to. Our position is that if the commission says we do not want you to build the 69 kV lines, we do not want you to expand these substations, we will be very, very challenged in trying to meet those standards. We did bring in company witness Anthony, our chief operating officer, for that specific reason, to talk about how important these projects are for the company and how important they are to meet our reliability.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So I was looking at case number 9443, which was that order was issued at the end of 2017. And in that case, you asked for, the company, Pepco, asked for $68 million and received $32 million, so less than half.
Mm-hmm.
So did you meet your reliability targets in 2018 and 2019 following that decision?
Yes, we did. We believe we actually met or exceeded our targets.
Right. I think, in fact, you exceeded them, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And in case number 9443, the commission limited Pepco to filing a case with a 8 months actual and 4 months estimated. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. To your knowledge, has that restriction been lifted on Pepco?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Can you tell me specifically what the company has changed since 2017 with respect to forecasting your budgets and with respect to forecasting your budgets? What has anything changed since 2017?
So I mean, company witness Barnett is probably can add some more detail, but what I can say is that, post merger with Exelon, they have brought improved processes and much more rigor and accountability to our budgeting and forecasting process. I know that when I go through the budget process, it's a pretty rigorous review of my budget, what I'm looking at, what initiatives I want to pursue, what my staffing levels are, and the entire company goes through that same process. So I do think the process for forecasting is much more rigorous, and we are held accountable to our standards more than we were in the past.
Okay, and when was the merger consummated?
March 2016.
2016. Okay, thanks. Can you tell me where in the testimony it provides information on the cost to ratepayers of extending the amortizations that you're proposing?
Company witness Wolverton can provide that information. He has that.
Okay. Is it in his testimony?
There is a schedule, but I would prefer he he's the one that sponsors that information, but I think he'd be the best person to ask that question to.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that. Mr. McGowan, going to try to reference my computer, which has been blinking on and off a lot lately, so hopefully it's actually still here. Here we go. And you don't have to have, this is the prior commission order on the BGE multi-year rate plan. I assume you read that case.
Yes, I
You
have.
read that order.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Figured that might have been of some interest to you. So I'm going to go all the way down to paragraph 537 and 38 of that order. And I'll read it to you. They're quick. Hold on a second. I'm getting there, just a sec. So sort of on the, if anybody's following along with me, I'm in paragraph 537. I'm going to read the last two sentences to you. In future MRPs, the Commission encourages utilities to provide robust project level detail, which is a necessary element of allowing stakeholders and the Commission transparency into the utilities planning process. Utilities should also provide a weighing of the importance of proposed capital projects rather than a simple wish list untethered from ratepayer impact. So can you tell me where your robust project level detail is in your testimony?
So as part of the initial discussions with staff before we even filed the rate case, I mentioned in my testimony we had outreach discussions with them. We worked with BG&E throughout their process, and one of the areas that was a time-consuming task for them in the rate case is DRs around project level detail and justification for certain projects. And so what we as a company did is, as part of our pre-filing and our application, we provided extensive detail on the capital projects over certain amounts, the rationale for them, and the detail that we thought the staff was asking for in the case. So if I understand that requirement, I believe we filed that as part of our pre-filing application and the company's application.
Okay, so that level of information would have been in the pre-filing data. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And how about the weighing of importance of proposed capital projects?
So each one of those capital project detailed list walks through how they were evaluated, how they were risk scored, and then how the decision was to move forward. It includes information on alternatives that we considered. So each one of those projects over the certain dollar amount that we provided should be fairly comprehensive.
Right, but in terms of the weighing of which one is more important than the other, where would I find that?
I would direct that question to company witness Stewart. He
Okay.
sponsors the capital projects.
Okay, thanks. Now, in paragraph 538 of the order, again, looking at the last sentence of that paragraph, it says a successful MRP process requires that stakeholders have sufficient information to make informed recommendations and adjustments in their respective direct testimonies, with transparency continuing throughout the discovery and adjudicative stages of the proceeding. In your view, would you say that the company has provided more transparency than we had in the BGE case?
I believe we have. Part of our our goal in this case was obviously to learn from what the BGE case had experienced, what went well, what didn't go well, and we wanted to build on that to kind of bolster the case to make it more transparent. We believe we've been successful. We provided a lot more information up front to, we mentioned earlier, Ms. Hazan talked about providing information 2.5 months before the rate case was actually even filed. Meeting with staff and other parties, we had presentations. We probably over a dozen either calls or just one-off calls trying to understand information. I think we've been very, very transparent. I think we've advanced the ball further in terms of how these are developed, and I suspect the next multi-rate plan that gets filed will build on what we did. But to me, it's a continuous improvement process, and I do think we have helped improve the overall process.
Okay. And you think mostly through what you filed in the pre-filing and your initial discussions, that's where most of that improvement occurred, you think?
So I think it's many places. One, it's the pre-filing information that they asked for, not having to ask for them in a data request. One of the areas that we think is a best practice is we file voluntary data requests. We go back to the last 2 or 3 rate cases, find out what are all the common questions we typically get. And so we package those up and we file those a couple weeks after we actually make the application. So parties don't have to ask for that. We did provide information on forecasting and testimony in our direct filing. That was a request of staff. That was an area of improvement that they had in the BGE case. So I think it's a lot of things that we've done to help really improve the process, not just the pre-filing, but also filing testimony and providing what. Thanks. Okay, I'm there.
Right. I'm looking at line 3, where it says the company will continue to be conscientious of and reduce costs where reasonable. Can you tell me where the company has been reducing costs?
Sure. In the multi-rate plan between 2019 and 2024, our O&M costs are forecasted to be 1.1%. Which is, about half of the kind of projected inflation over the next 4 years. So when you look at wages, which are generally in the 2.5%, a lot of times you have contractors, they're in terms of price increases are in the 3 to 5%. In order for the company to get an overall 1.1% inflation or increase, we have to take certain actions to bring those costs down to make sure that we are not growing O&M by more than inflation, and we're able to do that successfully. One thing I would note also in the RM43 report that was filed, I believe April 1st, we note the merger commitment. There was a commitment to spend no more than a certain amount of capital between 2016 and 2020 to meet the reliability targets. We actually exceeded those targets, but we're actually able to spend $43 million less than what those caps were. And we did that because we looked at best practices with Exelon. How can we do things better, cheaper? How can we get better reliability for less dollars? And so we're constantly looking at our operations on how we can do things better, more efficiently. And I would also sort of give a shout out to our tax group. You've heard about the Maryland additional subtraction modification effort. They fought that issue for years. They could have simply filed the tax return, paid the tax, and moved on. But they felt that that was an opportunity to help reduce income taxes for the benefit of our customers. And they actually won the issue, and they reduced about $40 million of income taxes for our Maryland residents. So these are just some of the many examples that we have throughout the testimony as to what we do as a company to help reduce costs for the benefit of customers.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you, Mr. McGowan, maybe what seems like an elementary question, but it's simply to level set so I can maybe ask you a couple other questions. So if you would go to page 23 of your direct testimony. starting on line 11 down through the end of 13, it says the proposal includes the acceleration of certain tax benefits and pause in amortization expense to fully offset the revenue requirements increase in the first 2 years of the MYP and partially offset the revenue requirement increase in the third year. So specifically, where do those revenues for those tax offsets come from? The offsets in the where does the money come from?
Sure. So we have, as part of the Tax Cut Jobs Act, TCJA, in 2017, we set up these excess deferred income taxes that the company no longer had to pay back to the IRS, that we would then flow to the benefit of customers. And those are being provided over a period of time. If you recall, the term protected tax benefit, EDIT, and then non-protected, the protected excess deferred income tax benefits have to be amortized over the asset life. We can't change that. That's the tax rule. But the non-protected, we have the ability to accelerate those on a different timeline. So it's really accelerating those benefits that are flowing to customers now over a shorter period of time, which provides that offset.
So would it be fair to say then that these benefits would have accrued to the ratepayers, but you're just moving them up sooner? You're using their own money for an earlier benefit.
So these benefits would be provided to customers over a period of time. So we're just accelerating when they will get that benefit.
Okay, and so that was kind of the fundamental or elementary part of my question, right? Just to make sure we're level set on that. So here's my real question, because it ties into the company's ability to forecast. As there was a benefit due to the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, there will be a countervailing occurrence should the corporate income tax increase that's being talked about on Capitol Hill occur, going from 21% to maybe 28%. Should that be realized, what does that do to your case in chief with regard to these offsets?
Sure. So yeah, there has been discussion about the corporate income tax rate going up 25 to 28 is the numbers I've heard. I think 28's been the more common. At the end of the day, the corporate tax rate was originally 35%. It's come down to 21%, and it may go back to 28. So there's still a benefit for customers going from the 35 originally to 28. Not as much as it was at 21%, but there is still a long-term benefit for customers. If the corporate income tax rate were to change, all the current excess deferred income taxes that we have on our balance sheet, those remain unchanged. Those will flow to customers as scheduled. We will be required to establish a deferred tax deficiency account. We'd have to remeasure our deferred taxes and set up an asset for customers. If that were to happen, we would have to look at how we could amortize the deferred tax deficiency account with the current excess deferred income taxes. And our hope is that we could do that in a way that it would not, it may slow down the benefit that customers are getting, but we don't forecast that as being a reduction to or an increase in customers' bill because of it.
But there may not be as much money to fund these offsets that this case has in it, right?
So our current proposal does utilize 100% of the non-protected excess deferred income taxes. I would agree with that. So that if a deferred tax deficiency was established, there would be an asset that we would have to amortize to customers, and there would be no offset in that account. But the protected excess deferred income tax benefits remain unchanged.
So in developing this case, did the company actually run those numbers, making assumptions, forecasted assumptions of a 28% corporate income tax rate, and see what it actually does to your revenue availability and the whole big 30,000 foot overview of your rate plans?
Yeah, I have not seen any analysis done on that at this point.
Okay, well, thank you. So if we get further into testimony, who are the witnesses that can talk more about the granularity of granular details of these offsets and what tax changes how tax changes may impact them? Would that be witness Blazunas or witness Wolverton, or who do you recommend?
So if you're asking about if the corporate income tax rate changed to 28%, what's the financial impact to the company? That analysis hasn't been done, but if you that I've seen, if you're asking about how our proposal impacts customer rates, then I would refer to company witness Wolverton, who calculates the offsets, and then company witness Blazunas, who does the rate design of that.
All right, fair enough. I've always understood there are only to be two things of certainty in life, and one of them being death, the other being taxes. So I would imagine the company would want to run these numbers and relatively soon, because you're doing a 3-year forecast here, and it's going to impact that 3-year forecast in maybe significant ways. So that's why I asked the questions. Could I guess you get down to page 28 of your testimony just real briefly, and then I'll be done, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Give me a second to get there. So on lines 12 and 13, you say that one of the other features of the MYP is the provision for deferred accounting requests for costs associated with the exogenous events. What exogenous events are you talking about?
So it could be a major storm, would be a good example. And the intent is, because it's a 3-year plan, there are going to be extreme events that come up. If it's going to be multiple summer storms throughout the year, those aren't what we would call exogenous events. But if there was a major hurricane that hit the service territory that required significant costs for the company to restore customers, we believe that the multi-rate plan can still stay intact, but there's ways you can set up regulatory assets to defer the O&M costs that we've incurred, and ways to address it such that we can keep the multi-rate plan intact, and then address the cost at the end of the multi-rate plan in the next case.
And would those exogenous events include a large corporate tax increase that passes Congress and gets signed by the president?
So I think it could. I mean, if we're talking about the 28% corporate income tax rate change, I think the commission has demonstrated that they can address these outside of a rate case. Both Pepco and Delmarva Power, they dealt with the TCJA tax cuts outside of a rate case. Because Pepco was in a rate case, we dealt with it within the rate case. But clearly, those can be done outside of the multi-rate plan.
Good. Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. McGowan.
Good afternoon, Chairman or Commissioner.
I have a couple of questions for the company. I'll start with your testimony in response to AOBA witness Oliver. It's on your rebuttal. I believe it was on page 24, where you noted that you're referencing Order 89482, where the commission first established the MYP pilot concept. And as part of that, at the time, we were looking for one company to serve as our pilot utility. And as you know, of course, your sister utility, BGE, filed fairly quickly after we issued the order, accepting the opportunity to serve as the pilot utility. So witness Oliver suggests that there's some lack of clarity as to whether or not this should be considered one of a pilot. We already have one, and now we have a second one that has come as a result of this filing. So I guess just as an outset question, and just for purposes of the record, when BGE filed, they voluntarily requested the opportunity to participate in the pilot. We didn't get a similar letter from Pepco. There wasn't any kind of public statement stating that the company wanted to be held to all of the same standards and requirements. So I guess by your testimony here today, is it fair to say that Pepco is accepting all of the same standards and requirements of the pilot that were established from the beginning?
Yes, we are. It's our expectation that the commission is establishing rules for multi-array plans, what the regulations are, and then there will be a lessons learned and then final regulations a couple years out. We believe that as companies file a multi-array plan before that occurs, that they're building on rules and decisions made by the commission. So we opted to file our multi-array plan in a similar way as Pepco did. We tried to align it to how the commission had decided, such that you can have consistency in the multi-array plans that are approved in the state.
Okay, thank you for that. And so, as you know, one of the pillars that we were looking at the time, aside from one of the additional pillars, was to make sure we had the appropriate experience in education to establish a long-term policy. But for purposes of the pilot, we wanted to make sure it was done, and I'll quote from the order, in a controlled manner with minimal administrative burden. So I was a bit concerned when I read some of the staff's testimony and testimony from some of the other parties, suggesting that there was certain data that we would typically get in a rate case that we didn't see here. And I'll use as an example staff witness Jean. In her direct testimony, she notes that a couple of times that for some of the projects proposed, the company didn't offer the total resource cost test. You noted in your testimony that if the commission determines that a multi-year rate plan is not appropriate, that we'd have the authority under statute to convert to a historic test year type of case. Has the utility produced, in your opinion, the data and testimony necessary for the commission to convert to a historic test year case if we determine that that's necessary?
So we would certainly hope that the commission finds that the company's multi-array plan does produce rates that are just and reasonable, and that they approve the multi-array plan. We believe we've been very transparent. We've provided all the documentation that was requested that we have. We recognize that in many cases, witnesses, staff, OPC, AOBA have different views on things. They like to see things done a certain way. And when information can't be provided in that manner, it becomes an issue. So I do think that the company has provided everything that the parties need and that the commission needs to find that the company's application produces just and reasonable rates and they can approve it. In terms of the historic test period, which we would certainly hope the commission would not approve, we do have all the minimum fine requirements. We have the historic test year, which they require. Company witness merchant is the one that sponsors that. We have all the appropriate RMAs. And I do believe, if I recall, staff witness Peterson acknowledges that he accepts the company's historic test period and has no further adjustments.
Okay, thank you for that. I had a couple of questions about the TCJA, but Commissioner O'Donnell has appropriately addressed them for me. So I'll move on to my last series of questions regarding a chart that you have on page 21 of your direct testimony. It's what you've proposed as your testimony starts on page 20. but the chart is on page 21.
Yes.
And here you proposed a regulatory timeline for the actions that would occur post issuance of the commission's order in this case, assuming we move forward with a multi-year plan. I didn't see this updated anywhere in light of the fact that there's been some changes to our procedural schedule. Did I miss it, or is that something that we need to still look for?
So the only thing that would change on this chart is the on the first, I guess the first four lines where it has MYP order May 24th, 21. That would change to June 28th, 21. And then the first effective rate would be June 28th, and then all of the other dates would stay the same. So it's really the beginning of the timeline that changes, but all these other dates would stay the same.
Okay. So some of these dates, especially on the back end, are, as would be fairly obvious, later than the dates that we have for the BGE case, and that's primarily because you file at a different time. So, as you know, the Commission's initial goal was to begin exploring the development of a regulatory structure, rulemaking, at some point after the pilot utilities rate case was moving along. And I believe this is this is language that comes directly from the MYP order. How does, in your opinion, tell me from this perspective, what the company's thinking was? What was the company's rationale for filing a MYP plan that could effectively push back some of the dates that we were already setting up or looking at from the pilot utility filing that came out already, that was already made?
Sure. So the dates on this list are the dates that are required by the multi-rate plan. So the dates on here in terms of when the project list is due and when the annual information and reconciliation, these are all requirements that were in the order. So we're just following what was already approved. But in terms of when the actual lessons learned regulations would come out, I guess I don't see this as pushing that back. I do think, as I mentioned earlier, whether it's the BGE and Pepco multi-rate plan, or if there's another multi-rate plan that's filed before those regulations are issued, I do think having different perspectives from different companies and different processes would certainly help inform how that lessons learned report from the commission would look like. I think that every time a multi-rate plan is filed in the state, I would expect it to kind of build on lessons learned from the one that was filed previously, so that when you get to the time that the commission order on the lessons learned is issued, those processes and practices would be sort of part of ongoing multi-rate plans anyway. So I do think that the commission will, and the staff and parties will get better information because you've got multiple data points as you go through this.
So this is my final question, Mr. Chairman. So is the company willing to commit to continuing to produce information and perhaps even producing earlier analysis, lessons learned type of analysis, so that the commission can maintain the original schedule we were looking at, as opposed to having to get into a cycle of reviewing multiple multi-year rate cases and beginning to establish precedent there, as opposed to looking at creating a policy that works for all of the companies in the state?
Sure. I'm not clear on what information we would provide that that you'd want in advance, not to alter your schedule, but I would say that we would be committed to, if there's something that we can do, information that we can provide that would help and support that process, we would be committed to do that. We would just need some direction from the commission as to what that is.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the council have questions based on the questioning of Commissioner Herman, Linton, or O'Donnell? Hearing none. Mr. McGowan, you are excused. As I noted at the outset of today's trial, all witnesses will be officially dismissed at the conclusion of the trial. We will take a lunch recess now for 40 minutes, returning at 2 p.m. Eastern, at which time Pepco witness Tyler Anthony will take the stand. Until then, we are in recess until 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chairman.
We'll go back on the record in approximately 1 minute. All right, Ms. Hassan, you may call your next witness. We're back on the record.
Thank you, Chairman Stanek. The company would now like to call company witness Tyler Anthony to the stand, please.
Mr. Anthony, if you could please raise your right hand. Madam Court Reporter, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Can, yes.
Okay, yes. Okay. Sir, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness,
Okay.
Ms. Hassan.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony, please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Tyler Anthony. I work at 701 9th Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C.
And Mr. Anthony, do you have before you a document entitled the Rebuttal Testimony of Tyler Anthony, which has been previously marked for identification as Exhibit 9?
Yes, I do.
And have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any revisions to this exhibit?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that were in your sworn testimony that constitutes Exhibit 9, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Anthony is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin with counsel for People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions for you this afternoon, and I'd like to start out by looking at page 6 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I have it.
You have that? Okay. And I'm looking specifically at page 6, lines 21 through 22. Are you
Yes,
there?
I have it. Uh-huh.
Great. And in those lines, you say that Pepco's customers have made their service and reliability expectations loud and clear. What is your basis for stating that Pepco's customers have made their expectations loud and clear?
My basis for that would be whether it's our customers or our key stakeholders, whether it is the goals established through the different commission orders. The expectations are very clear about the importance of the product that we provide. I would say those are the two main reasons. And I would also add that, in the area when we have storms or outages and I get different exposures, I meet with, my most recent meeting was with the COO of Metra. And, in those discussions, it's just, there's just a constant importance of the level of reliability that our customers are expecting from myself and my staff.
Have you done any surveys regarding customer expectations?
Well, we do quite a bit of surveys through our customer area. We get quite a bit of surveys through our different key performance indicators on customer sat, call center satisfaction, et cetera. So the reviews are extensive.
Do they specifically address reliability issues?
Yes, there is questions about reliability. That is correct.
Yet you did not attach them to your testimony as support for this statement.
No, I did not.
Let's move on to page 8. And I'm going to look at the top of the page here, line 2. You talk about achieving maximum benefit for Pepco's customers. What do you mean by maximum benefit?
What I mean by maximum benefit, there's a lot of different aspects to that, but I believe that the responsibility afforded to the people that work here at Pepco, including myself, when we have, for example, a program or we have an initiative or a project we're trying to execute, and my regard around maximum benefit is, are you executing the program with its highest level of quality? And then you have the necessary oversight of that program. And then are you learning from either the installation or the results of it to make any future readjustments? So when I say maximum benefit, it's taking every dollar that's afforded to us to make sure we're delivering on the commitments that we've made.
So is there any difference between maximum benefit and safe and reliable service?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I just think that you have the ever-ending balance of affordability, customer affordability, which is critical, and you have the ever-ending expectations that we're put under. And I just think that they go hand in hand.
And with respect to affordability, do the customer surveys that Pepco performs ask customers how much they're willing to pay for certain increases or levels of reliability?
I do not believe so, but you could direct that question to the witness, Moreland Belazard.
All right. Thank you very much. I will do that. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Mr.
Anna.
Do any additional parties have examination of this witness? Ms. Asana, any cross based on Ms. Ryan's exam?
No, Your Honor, but I did want to be sure to move Pepco Exhibit 9 into the record.
I was wondering if you were going to make a motion. Seeing no objection, Exhibit number 9 is moved into evidence. Do commissioners have questions of the witness? Commissioner Herman.
Sorry, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Mr. Anthony, I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked Mr. McGowan. In several places in your testimony, as well as Mr. McGowan's, you suggest that if the commission doesn't provide you the relief that or the rate increase that you're requesting, and if they adopt some of the other parties' proposals, it will severely challenge the company's ability to meet the reliability standards that Pepco has been mandated to achieve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So are you saying that if the commission doesn't give you what it is that you've requested, that you're not going to meet reliability targets?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that we're going to do everything in our power to make the commitments that are established by this commission. What I would also say, Commissioner, is, I've been in the business quite a long time. I came here from running the operations of the Chicago and Northern Illinois 5 years ago. And as the person probably the most accountable for reliability in this company, what I would say about, whether it's deferrals or rejections of current programs, is that in my experience, you don't typically see a reliability decrease in the very next year that, for example, you would not allocate funding, say, for a certain project, et cetera. My experience, what I've seen is reliability starts to slowly degrade as you have further cuts and deferrals. And then what I've also seen in my experience is what typically will then also happen in a period hard to say if it would be 1 year, maybe it's in the 2 or 3 year period. You have these large self-revealing events where maybe you lose a substation or you have a large customer outage or you can't respond to a specific weather event. So in my experience, reliability isn't something that's a 1 year over another, but it's more propagated over time when you fail to fund necessary programs appropriately.
So if the commission were to say, give you 2/3 of the request, hypothetically, 2/3 of what Pepco has asked for, would you be able to meet the targets?
Yeah, like I said, we would do everything in our powers to meet our targets, Commissioner, but I do stand behind my testimony to say, you know, as I've been here, the 5 years I've been here, and the different programs that are under question for whether it's deferrals or actual denial, I would say that it would be very difficult to meet the stringent standards that are set forth by the commission. It would be very difficult, although we would do everything in our power to do that. You know, if you wanted me to give you an example, I can give you an example of one of the programs like 69 kV or others, but it would be very difficult.
Well, I'm not talking about any particular program.
Okay.
I'm saying overall, if the company's asked for $100 million, or 104, I think it's $104 million over a 3-year period. If the commission were to hypothetically say, we're going to give you $66 million over that 3-year period, is that going to jeopardize the standards?
Yeah, it'd be hard for me to say yes or no. My reaction would be in my judgment that it would, only because, Commissioner, the programs that we put forth in this multi-year plan have already been through extensive reviews by the subject matter experts, extensive reviews by myself. And frankly, we're asking for the programs and the dollars that we believe we need to maintain the reliability that we currently have. So it would be difficult, but it would be too hard for me to make judgment on some percentage whether or not we'd be able to make it. I think we'd be severely challenged, but obviously we would do our best.
Well, isn't it true in a rate-making environment, any rate-making environment, just because the commission has granted a particular revenue requirement, if there's a standard, you meet it, and then after the fact, you say, I had to spend more. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, in the past, yes, that's correct.
And you're saying that with respect to a multi-year plan, that would be different?
No, I mean, I guess there's always with the multi-year rate plan, what I think it does, in my opinion, is it makes that forward-looking commitments on different projects and aspects of spend much more transparent for conversations like we're having through this process. But I would say that it's different in the fact that now we're having those local challenges on specific programs, where in the past, I don't know that I wouldn't say that I felt that they were significantly challenged as they are today.
Right, but again, Mr. Anthony, I'm not talking about specific programs. I'm talking about an overall revenue requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that if the commission gave you hypothetically 2/3 of the revenue requirement that the company asked for, that places the reliability, that you might not meet your reliability standards? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that, Commissioner. I'm saying what I said earlier was my opinion on reliability is it's not a year-over-year reaction. You don't, in my experience, you don't not fund for a particular given year and see the results of that in the very next year or even two in some cases. My comment was what happens when you don't fund the programs appropriately, you have a slow decline in reliability. That then what happens is, you know, at some period of time, you find yourself where you have programs that haven't been maintained in some cases, or projects that should have been done that maybe weren't. And at times that can also lead to a significant event, a significant, what I call self-revealing event. But I'm not saying that we wouldn't be able to meet the standard, whether it's the next year or two or through the whole multi-year rate plan. I'm just talking about the long-term effects of not funding programs or projects appropriately.
Right. Well, you know, for example, Mr. Anthony, I talked to Mr. McGowan about a prior case in 2017 where the commission granted less than half of the requested rate increase. And I'm not talking about projects, I'm just talking about less than half of the requested rate increase. And the company exceeded targets in 2018 and 2019. So for the next 2 years, they exceeded their reliability targets. But what I hear you saying is that if you don't give us everything we asked for, we run the risk of 2 or 3 years down the road not meeting a reliability target.
Yeah, I don't know, once again, I mean, what you said is true and accurate. And back in the previous years where we got half of our ask, one of the things that we've done since we've been a part of the Pepco team is our execution on our current programs, our cost analysis, what we're funding, additional programs that we've put in place or self-funded through different cost measures have all had a great impact on reliability, as you mentioned the results. So and that process and that strategy and approach would continue, whether or not we got 70%, 80%, et cetera. What I'm saying is it would be too hard for me to commit that at 75 or some number, we'd be able to make the reliability targets. In my opinion, we would do everything we can, and we may even be able to do it and or exceed it, yet another time. I'm just talking about some of these long-term programs and plans are much needed. We only brought forward those programs that we feel are critical.
Okay, well, I find it a bit concerning that you won't commit to meeting reliability targets in the future if the commission doesn't give you the rate increase that you've asked for, because that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's not what you're saying, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, I apologize for that, Commissioner. It wasn't my intent. It was not my intent.
So you do commit to make the reliability targets.
What the commission's decision in, I commit, we'll do everything in our right to make those commitments. Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have any comment on the weighting of which capital projects are more important than what, do you have a list of capital projects that in your view are the most important?
Yeah, well, yes, I do. Are you talking about as far as the multi-year rate plan filing, that what's being discussed? You're talking in general, our program and process for prioritization?
I don't want to talk about your process for prioritization. I want to know which are the most important capital projects.
I would say the most important capital projects are those to make, I put them in a few different buckets. I would put them in, say, 3 buckets. I would say first bucket for priority would be to make sure that we have and support our communities where we have load growth and where those communities are growing, that we're there to meet that demand. I would say that would be one area. Another area I would say, Commissioner, has to do with our reliability, our largest programs around reliability that maintain the reliability that we currently perform. And those have I'll say a second lane. And then third would be our preventive maintenance and our maintenance program through our corrective maintenance programs, that they have to be also robust. And I would say the combination of solid programs in all 3 areas lead to your overall reliability results.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any of the parties wish to inquire of the witness based on Commissioner Herman's questions? Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
company may call its next witness.
1 second, please.
All right, Your Honor. Pepco would call Miss Elizabeth O'Donnell.
And Ms. O'Donnell, if you would turn on your camera, please. Mr. Michael, if you would turn on your camera as well.
I believe mine is on, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, there. It's streaming now. Ms. O'Donnell, can you turn yours on? There we go. Thank you. If you could please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. O'Donnell, you are on mute.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Michael, you're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. O'Donnell, do you have in front of you what I've asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 10, the direct testimony of Elizabeth O'Donnell?
I do.
And do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to that testimony?
Yes, on page 1, starting on line 3 and going to line 4, I have a new position with the company. It's Director of Financial Planning and Analysis, so that should change.
Okay, so delete Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy and add Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with that correction, if I asked you those questions contained in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes.
Have you also caused to be filed what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 11, your rebuttal testimony of Elizabeth O'Donnell?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to that testimony?
I do. If you go to page 2, starting on line 7 and going to line 8, strike rate of return and replace with return on equity.
Okay, on page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, strike rate of return and replace with return on equity. With that correction, if I asked you the questions contained in your rebuttal testimony that's marked as Pepco as Exhibit 11, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, with that, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibits 10 and 11 and tender the witness for cross-examination.
Hearing no objection, Exhibits 10 and 11 are moved into evidence. Do any parties seek to examine this witness? Hearing none, do any commissioners have questions of this witness? Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Michael, call your next.
Yes, we would call and Ms. Hassan is going to be handling this witness, Philip S. Barnett. And if you just give me a chance to change out with Ms. Hassan, one moment.
Good afternoon.
There we go. Ms. Hassan, if you're ready, please begin.
Yes, Your Honor. The company would like to call Mr. Philip Barnett to the stand, please.
Thank you, sir. Can you please raise your right hand and wait to be sworn?
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're a witness.
Okay. Mr. Barnett, could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Philip Barnett, 701 9th Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 2068.
And Mr. Barnett, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Philip Barnett, which has been previously marked for identifications as Exhibit 12?
I do.
And do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Philip Barnett that has been previously marked for identification purposes as Pepco Exhibit 13?
I do.
And do you have any revisions or corrections to Exhibit 12 and 13?
I actually have one on Exhibit 13 on my rebuttal testimony, the table of contents. It states page 155. That should be corrected to be page 15.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions today that were posed in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Barnett is available for cross-examination. And in addition, let me step back. Could I also move into the record Pepco Exhibits 12 and 13?
Hearing no objection, Pepco 12 and 13 are moved into evidence. We'll begin with Ms. Francis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barnett. I'd like to start off by asking you to reference Pepco's response to AOBA Data Request 61-1. It is included in AOBA's cross exhibits as AOBA Exhibit 8. Your Honor, this exhibit is also attached to Mr. Bruce Oliver's Sir rebuttal testimony as Attachment A.
I'm looking at Exhibit 8.
Okay, thank you. Now, could you please note, Mr. Barnett, you are one of the sponsors of this exhibit, along with witness Bonakowski, and later on, witness Efimofa was added as a sponsor to that. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please explain the comparisons that are presented in the attachment to Staff Data Request 61-1? It's on the second page of the data response.
Well, it's comparing the allocations. I guess I would defer to witness Efimova. I think she'd be best to kind of answer detailed questions as it pertains to these attachments. Witness Bonakowski.
Well, are you able, your name was the first one on here. Are you able at all to explain what's on the second page of this attachment?
Yes. So what's attached is a comparison of the allocating factors at the tariff level, comparing what we did in 12 months, September 2019, which was the basis for the LRP, or comparing it to the 12 months ended May 2020, which is the tariff allocations used for the multi-year rate plan.
Now, I'd like you first to focus on the right-hand side of the attachment to Staff Data Request 61-1. And on that right-hand side, we find percentage allocations of customers from revenue class to tariff class. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, would you accept that this attachment shows 13 separate categories of C&I service?
That seems right. Or you say 13 for C&I? Let me. I see I have a different number than 13 for CNI if I look at the revenue class level.
Well, let's see, 1, 2.
I count 10. I don't know if maybe if you're counting Metro and Streetlight, I guess I would
No.
get you to 13.
No, let's start with, if you start counting at Pepco Maryland Electric Vehicle and Pepco Maryland General Service, that's 2. Outdoor lighting is 3. Telecommunications is 4. Temporary service is 5. Time metered GS is 6. Time metered GS low voltage is 7. The next one is time meter GS primary service is 8. The next 2 are time metered medium. There's 2 of them. That's 10. Then you look at Pepco time meter GS low voltage. The 2 low voltage, it brings it to 12. And Pepco Maryland unmetered general service 13. Would you agree with that count?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the CNI categories listed is outdoor lighting. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that this attachment indicates that for the 12 months ended September 2019, we find an indication that 2.06% of customers were allocated to outdoor lighting. But for the 12 months ended May 2020, the same allocation was 0%. Do you see that?
I do see that, but I would refer to witness Bonikowski to explain why they are different.
Just to be clear, witness Bonikowski, he had nothing to do with the forecast. It's you and witness Efimova that testified as to the forecast. Witness Bonikowski had nothing to do with that. Wouldn't you agree?
That's correct. We're responsible for the 12 months ended September 2019, which ties into the forecast related to the long range plan.
But witness Bonikowski did not testify to anything to do with the forecast, correct?
Not that I know of.
Yes. On the other hand, would you agree that we find the allocation of customers to the MGTLV class for the 12 months ended May 2020 is roughly 1.3% point higher than it was for the 12 months ended September 2019.
I'm sorry, can you point me again where you're looking at?
Okay, let's first start, let's look at the customers in the MGTLV class. And you see, actually, there's 2 classes. So the MGTLV class for the 12 months ended May 2020 is roughly 1.3% higher than it was for the 12 months ended September 2019. Would you agree with that?
Looks like that's what's here, yes.
And likewise, am I correct that the allocation of customers to the GSLV class for the 12 months ended May 2020 is 0.76% points higher than it was for the 12 months ended September 2019?
Can you say that? Which customer class again?
Am I correct that the
No, I'm sorry, the customer, yeah, go ahead.
GSLV
GSLV Bolt 2? I see, what I'm looking at shows a couple GSLV customers.
Okay.
Which line item you're looking at? You're on the right side?
I am on the right side.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Likewise, am I correct that the allocation of customers to the GSLV class for the 12 months ended May 2020 is 0.76% points higher than it was for the 12 months ended September 2019?
That looks correct.
Can you tell the commission what the average annual base distribution revenue per customer is for outdoor lighting customers?
I don't know the answer.
Would you accept subject to check? It's $480 per customer per year.
Subject to check.
Would you accept that the average distribution revenue per customer at current commission approved rates for an MGTLV customer is over $6,500 per customer per year?
Subject to check.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have, and I would like to move the admission of AOBA Exhibit 8.
AOBA 8 has no objection, has moved into evidence. Thank you. We'll next turn to Ms. Ryan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Burnett.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you just a couple of questions. And the first one relates to your direct testimony. And I'm looking specifically at page 20, if you want to take a moment to turn there.
Okay, give me a second.
Francis, if you could turn off your microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Page 20.
Yes, and looking at line 21 specifically, actually at the end of line 20, you start discussing emerging customer-centric and clean energy technologies. What do you mean when you discuss customer-centric technologies?
Well, give me a second to read this.
Sure, take your time.
I think some potential examples of customer-centric technology could be like on the some of the efforts we're doing around digitization, kind of our website, our mobile devices, how we're trying to make it easier for customers to have self-service, helping them to, kind of move in, move out would be, I guess an example of a customer-centric type of emerging technology.
Okay. And then I would like to move on to Schedule PSB1 and jump to page 69.
Page 69. Okay.
And there are two projects on this page. The second one is smart LED streetlights. Do you see that?
I do.
And then there's a justification. You reference customers several times on the first line, customer experience projects. And then on the third from the bottom line, you mentioned customers' expectations. Can you give me more information about how you determine that these are things that customers expect and that improve their experience?
I would, refer you to witness David Schatz, who has done testimony on the smart LED streetlights. I think he can be better equipped to speak to the customer benefits.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you.
On any redirect?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Honor?
Yes. Mr. Dean, hello.
Michael Dean, Sorry. Mr. Barnett, good afternoon. I'm Michael Dean. I'm of the staff of the Public Service Commission. And I
Good
have
afternoon.
just a few questions. I have just a few questions for you.
Okay.
Could you turn to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony where you discuss Ms. Peterson's proposed adjustments to Pepco's information technology or IT capital expenditures? And he recommends spreading the spending out over 5 years based on the BGE multi-year plan order. Page 6, you list your reasons why these expenditures are needed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree that staff did not challenge the prudency or need of these expenditures?
Correct. Yes.
And would you agree that the projects included in these IT expenditures, if reduced, would not directly affect the routine operations or reliability of the electric power system?
I don't know if I would agree with that. I think the way we built the multi-year rate plan was based upon, subject matter experts in the IT professionals, cybersecurity experts, and engineering professionals. And as it pertains to the IT projects here, I guess to give an example, we have in the firewall refresh. This is a program built on kind of standards that were, incorporated with kind of the NIST and the NARUC studies. It is kind of required to have timely replacement of the IT equipment. I think I highlighted in my DR that's attached here. Some of this equipment will no longer be supported by the vendors at the time. So if we defer it, I think we're putting the company at risk, from a cybersecurity type of event. Likewise, with the communication towers, these are 50 years old, significantly beyond the depreciable life, and they also have engineering studies which we provided that are overloaded. And these towers are very important for communications, for let's say storm restoration, kind of backup communications. So I think, it's kind of by deferring that spend over 5 years versus 3, I do think it does put us at jeopardy, from a operating our system is needed.
Thank you. Would you also agree that the overall IT capital expenditures that we're discussing, they're made up of individual projects?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And would you also agree that staff did not specify or pick out any of these individual products such that Pepco could select those which it believed had relative importance to continue spending on?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question again, please?
Perhaps I could state it better. Would you agree that staff did not specify or pick out any of these projects individually so that Pepco could select based on their relative importance which of the IT capital projects could proceed at a given year?
I did not see that in witness staff Patterson's testimony. Maybe it was there and I missed it, but I would appreciate the flexibility. It does sound good, but I did not see that. No.
Thank you. Turning to page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, and here you're discussing witness Patterson's proposed adjustments to the IT and real estate facilities capital expenditures. And again, these are being spread out over 5 years.
Yes.
Would you agree that staff is not challenging need for these projects?
I would agree.
And would you agree that extending any of these projects over 5 years would not directly affect the operation or reliability of the Pepco electric power system?
I would agree that the real estate and facilities projects would not have, would not directly affect the operational reliability, unlike the IT, which does have a more direct impact.
Thank you for that answer.
Okay.
And staff also here did not individually pick out any of these as being specially needed to have its expenditures spread over 5 years, such that Pepco could individually pick which projects and which to proceed on in any given year, correct?
Similar to my response, similar question on the IT, I did not see that in Witness Patterson's direct rebuttal testimony, but again, appreciate the flexibility. That would be helpful.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Any other parties wishing to cross this witness? Ms. Hassan, any redirect on Mr. Dean's questioning?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Herman.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Barnett.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Barnett, it's your testimony that the commission is to look to understand how O&M is forecasted. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Barnett, it says that the planning process is led by finance in your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do have governance and oversight around facilitating the process, yes.
Okay, so finance is the entity that leads it, not engineering or operations. It's finance who leads the process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On page 6 of your direct testimony, on line 20, you talk about the process, and then you say that we perform a budget and planning process based on initiatives and regulatory and legal requirements and established targets. What kind of targets are you talking about there?
Well, for O&M, I think that the target we're kind of looking at is, I think as Witness McGowan, we do want to target kind of O&M growth to be, lower than the rate of inflation. And I think in this proceeding, we ended up like a 1.1% annual growth rate going from 2019 through the end of the multi-rate period. In general, I think for planning purposes, that is kind of what we start with. And then we need to look at kind of what is the work plans we get from the operators, the engineers, customer operations. Are there new emerging events or regulatory legislative orders that might cause us to kind of deviate from that? But in general, we look to target about a 1% O&M CAGR to keep the bill impact more reasonable for the customers.
Okay, thanks. Where in your testimony do you compare the actual spend to the budgeted spend for the last 3 to 5 years?
We provided in the pre-filing requirements, kind of the historical information. I don't have that information available here with me.
Okay, thank you. So on page 17 of your direct testimony,
okay.
I was a little confused by lines 12 through 13. You're talking about these executive management costs, and then you say it's driven by costs associated with community and charitable engagements, with costs excluded from recovery where appropriate. Are there community and charitable engagements that are not excluded from recovery?
Yeah, I'll defer to witness Wolverton. My understanding is, I think all the charitable engagements are. I guess what I'm pausing a little bit on is the community. I'm not sure kind of what would fall under that, but I know we are very rigorous kind of with the controllership group and with the entire business to make sure that we don't seek recovery for items that would be considered charitable in nature.
Right, yeah, you could see why that one would sort of like, whoa, I thought all
Yeah.
of it was excluded. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'll ask Mr. Wolverton that.
Okay.
So I guess on page 22, you there?
I'm here. Yep. Sorry.
Okay, so you have, I mean, you have this, it's a funny set of Q&As between 54 and 55 because you're comparing 19 to 20 and then 19 to 21. Can you help me explain why it's not 19 to 20 and 20 to 21? I mean, it's just, it's an odd and confusing set of questions. They look for a while there, I thought they were just a repeat of the same question, but then I realized that the dates were a little bit different.
It's a fair question, and I think the reason we did that was 2019 was the last kind of historical test year that we have, and we felt it was best to kind of measure back the first year one of the multi-year rate plan, which is 2021, back to the last historical test year, because 2020 here is what we call the bridge year. So it was an estimate at the time we filed this.
Okay. Yeah, and it's even stranger when you look at question 66 and 67 on page 28, because you have from 19 to 20 costs are increasing, and then from 19 to 21 they're increasing less, which is, you know, really you know, a little confusing.
Well, I guess our intent here is to be more transparent. Apologies if it was more confusing, you know, for the reader. That was not our intent. Our intent was to be more comprehensive with more explanations, but we'll give that some thought for future.
Okay. If you would turn to page 42.
Okay.
Okay. I'm looking at table 7. Did you provide an update to that table 7? I assume you have actuals for 2020.
We do have actuals for 2020, but we have not updated the information here for 2020.
Okay. And then in question 107, the next question down, it says, provide an overview of facility projects that exceed $1 million for any given year. And it says, see the schedule PSB1, which is really an extensive schedule.
Yes.
So what pages, what am I supposed to be looking at here? You know, where do I find the overview of facility projects that exceed $1 million for any given year?
I can have you go back to page 59.
59 of,
yes, of
the exhibit?
59 of my direct testimony.
59 of your direct
And
testimony.
I think it is PSB 1.
I don't have 59 of your direct testimony. I only go through
Do you have
45.
Do you have a
46.
PSB? I'm sorry. Do you have PSB-1 schedule?
Oh, that's the exhibit.
Yeah,
Page
sorry.
59 of the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is where we start to list out all the real estate and facilities projects over $1 million. And for each project, we try to call a mini business case around, as you can see here, problem statement, solution statement, and service date justification.
Okay, so here it is, and it's from 59 through what page?
For real estate and facilities, through 63.
Okay, so this is these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. This is the entirety of the description of that information that you reference.
Yes, yes.
For
did
any
have.
facility
I'm
projects
sorry.
that exceed $1 million, there are 5 pages for that.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Barnett, Mr. McGowan referred a question to you, so hopefully you
Okay.
know
I'll thank him
what's
later.
coming. Can you explain to me what changes the company has made specifically? What changes the company has made since 2017 with respect to forecasting for O&M?
Yeah, maybe I'll frame it up in terms of kind of people, processes, and systems. And I think in 2019, we implemented a new system called Work Project Tracking, which is a operational and financial system that allows the operational people to develop their project plans, and it provides them the detail to do it. It also feeds our financial plans kind of simultaneously. So it's a system used both by operations and by finance for financial planning and for operational management. It is done, one of the functionalities of this new system is to have the projects tracked at the individual level, which we call the ITN, individual tracking number. So we had a new system that significantly enhanced our capabilities of managing the project. So I would call that the system enhancement. On the people side, we kind of change the accountability from a planning perspective. And I think you heard Witness McGowan talk about how he is questioned all the time around what is he spending on behalf of the regulatory team. So we have a clear line of accountability at the VP that we hold them accountable to execute kind of on their targets that are set as part of the planning process. In terms of the process improvement, and this is what we'll call the cost management system, we enhanced the management reporting where we now have 3 times a month that we get together. First is day 8, where we look at the actual results compared to the plan, and we have a discussion around what changed. We have a what we call a COO financial forum where we get together and we do in-depth reviews with all the VPs, looking at the spending plans and looking at kind of forecast for value year and what do we need to do to kind of stay on track with our plans. The third process improvement I'd highlight is something called the haves and needs meeting. And this is, we know there will be variances to each plan. No plan is going to be 100% perfect. So what we do is we get together and we talk about where there might be a shortfall in one VP's responsibility areas. We talk about what can the other VPs do to help offset that so that we're kind of managing kind of the overall kind of plan level. The last thing I would highlight is we do kind of LRP deep dives where we go through each VP responsibility areas with the COO, the CFO, and kind of supporting teams. And we go kind of, through a very detailed review of the financial plan, but also talk about what are some of the emerging operational needs that we need to work with. There's also a conversation around what is each VP doing to drive productivity. And this is, kind of the push, how do we do, more for less, given that we know that the demands are growing in the business, and yet our we have financial constraint that we need to live with.
Okay, thank you. And this discussion that we just had, is that the entirety of the discussion of this new system in the record here today?
I'm sorry, the new system in the record? I think so.
Well,
I believe so, yes.
Is this in your testimony? Is it in your written testimony?
It's at a much higher level in my written testimony. It did not go into that level of detail.
Okay, and are there, where in the record or where in your testimony is there a discussion showing the results of this improved forecasting?
We did, what we talk in the record is kind of the variances versus prior year results, and if I recall correctly, if we go to 2019, we were slightly over plan, 2019 slightly below plan. There was a data request of how did 2020 actuals come in for Pepco, and it came in just over 1% higher than the budget, and that was primarily due to higher bad debt expense, in actual space versus what was projected.
Right. So we wouldn't have, because this is a new process, so you wouldn't have any kind of track record with respect to it because it's a new process, right?
I think that's fair. I would highlight Witness Patterson does have some comments in his testimony as he looked at the plannings, and I can't remember kind of the exact wording, but I think it was, it appeared to be that our forecasts appear to be reasonable in terms of the actual results we're getting.
Right, I saw
For the
that.
last couple of
Okay.
years, yeah.
Yeah, I did see that in Mr. Patterson's testimony.
Okay.
I think that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Barnett, remind me, what is the horizon for the long-range plan? How far out are you looking?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And so you do that annual, is it an annual update to the 5-year plan?
We do have the board approve it once a year, yes.
Okay. So when will any potential corporate tax change be factored into the long-range plan, if at all?
I think what we made, I think it would get factored into the actual long-range plan once it is, the tax law is actually changed. We don't change our long-range plans for taxes. The long-range plan is based upon the tax code that's in effect. So
Okay,
it'd be updated. Sorry for the long way of saying we'll update it once we get a new tax plan.
Okay, so you don't do any forecasted thinking about national or state tax policy?
Our tax group does, but they're not used to update our long-range plans until they've
Okay, so
changed.
somewhere in the company, somebody's thinking about those things.
Yes.
A range of possibilities and a range of probabilities and certainties and where things may go and what the current level of discussion is in the
Yes, in my discussion with the tax group, a lot of it's going to depend on what's the final language. It's one of those, the devil's always in the detail. I think we talked, earlier, Witness McGowan talked about the change in the corporate tax rate, but there's a lot of other things that usually happen or oftentimes happen kind of when you update a tax legislation, other things can change, and we'd have to factor all those in for updated forecast.
Yeah, I guess, is there a lag there? I guess is the point I'm getting to. You wait till the law changes, then you start factoring in
analysis to try to anticipate, what the potential impact would be, but we don't update the official LRP until a tax law is actually changed.
But somewhere in the company, somebody's thinking about these things.
Yes.
Doing these times. And
Yep.
that's not in this case. We wouldn't have any information on a 3-year multi-year rate case plan based on the potentiality of implementing federal tax code or state tax code. It's not cooked in here.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any of the parties have questions based on Commissioner Herman and O'Donnell's questions? Hearing and seeing none, thank you. The witness is excused. Mr. Michael, you may call your next witness.
He's coming. One moment for transition. Thank you.
Your Honor, Pepco would call Dr. Ekaterina Efimova to the stand.
Thank you, Ms. Ekimova. If you could please unmute your microphone and turn on the camera and raise your right hand.
Doctor, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Cannot hear.
Oh, she could not hear. Okay. Let's see if we have a
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I cannot hear anything here.
Okay. All right. Mr. Michael, we have a problem with your IT. There we go. Okay.
Yep, we're working on it, Your Honor. If you just bear with us one moment.
I can hear. Yeah. Sorry about that.
All right, we're fixed.
Okay. We'll swear in the witness again.
Doctor, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a preliminary matter. We have decided to make her entire testimony in the public record, so we will no longer be needing 14C. So schedule EER-4 will no longer be confidential.
Okay, so just the one exhibit number 14. All right.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Dr. Efimova, would you state your name and give your business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Ekaterina Yefimova, and my business address is 630 MLK Boulevard, Wilmington, Delaware.
And Doctor, have you caused to be filed your rebuttal testimony that I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 14?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to that testimony?
I do have several corrections.
Okay, why don't you take us to the first one and let us know what that correction is?
Sure. Please turn to page I of my rebuttal testimony, table of contents under Roman numeral 6, econometric forecasting, page reference should be 24 instead of 244.
Okay, and is your next correction on page 2 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is. The next correction is on page 2, line 23. There should be a sentence added. Data responses referenced are provided in schedules 6 through 9.
So at the end of line 23, add the sentence, data responses reference provided in schedules 6 through 9. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you have another correction on page 3.
I do have another correction on page 3 in the footnote. At the end of footnote, there should be a sentence added, see schedules 4 and 5.
Okay. Do you have any other corrections or additions that you need to make?
I do have one last correction. If you turn to page 17.
Okay.
In line 15, there is a quotation mark before word 12th month that should be moved into the next line 16, right before words in general.
Okay, so strike the quotation mark on line 15 before 12 months and move it to line 16 before in general, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And with those corrections or additions, if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 14 and ask leave to do some brief live rejoinder.
Hearing no objection, Pepco Exhibit 14 is moved into evidence. You may begin.
Dr. Efimova, please turn to Dr. Lee's rebuttal testimony at page 3. In your rebuttal testimony, you provided a description of the company's methodology for forecasting billing determinants. At page 3 of her rebuttal, Dr. Lee states that she applauds the fact that the company has finally provided a discussion about their methodology so stakeholders can have an understanding of the methodology better than was possible with the explanation provided in the initial filing. She then goes on to say, if the company had provided such information accompanying their load forecasting Excel spreadsheets, it would have saved time for all parties, including the company, in light of the numerous data requests that were necessary in order to understand the numbers in the Excel file. My question to you is, did the company in fact provide a discussion of the company's forecasting methodology in the initial filing in this case, and that was accompanied the load forecasting Excel spreadsheets?
Yes, we did. Consistent with MYP case filing requirements, we provided the parties with a written description of our forecasting methodologies.
And Dr. Efimova, if you could turn to Schedule EER4, is this a true and correct copy of the narrative of the company's forecasting methodology that was provided with the initial filing in this case?
Yes.
And does Schedule EER4 contain much of the same information regarding the company's forecasting methodology that was also included in your rebuttal testimony and that Dr. Lee applauded you for providing?
Yes, it does. And that is why when I was reading Dr. Lee's rebuttal testimony, I was a bit confused as she seemed to imply that we did not previously provide this information.
Now, Dr. Efimova, if you could turn to Dr. Lee's rebuttal testimony, and I'm looking at page 10, where she states there are differences between the information the company provided and what the staff wanted, and that while the information exchanges between the company and staff have been helpful in assisting staff to better understand the company's methodology, staff needed a thorough written description of forecasting process to help staff understand more holistically what the company did. How do you respond to Dr. Lee's testimony?
First, as I previously explained, Pepco provided this written narrative about our forecasting methodologies in our initial filings. However, this testimony implies that we did not do that. And second, we appreciate staff's willingness and desire to learn more about our forecasting methodologies. And we worked hard to make sure that we respond to all of the staff's questions that we received in our DRs. And in addition to that, we also held presentations in virtual meetings, one in September and another one in December. And the materials, PowerPoint materials, were also attached to my rebuttal testimony in Schedule EER5. So we will continue to work with staff and throughout the course of this MYP, as well as in the future, to make sure that staff has all of the information that's needed. As to Dr. Lee's specific recommendation here, Pepco does agree that having that narrative description of forecasting methodology is very helpful in multi-year plan filing, and we provided such information in the current case, and we will agree to provide this information in future Pepco MYP cases.
All right, changing tracks, Dr. Efimova, could you please turn to Mr. Hoppe's rebuttal at page 41?
Sure.
And one of the topics Mr. Hoppe addresses is whether the company should be required to include more tariff level forecasts in the next MYP case. And at page 41, focusing on lines 9 through 12, he states, staff is surprised that Pepco has been so forceful in rejecting more granular analysis in future cases. Since the intent and the expected result is to develop more accurate forecasts in the next case, Pepco should desire that as much as staff. How do you respond to Mr. Hoppe's testimony?
So first, I agree that the goal of forecasting should be to constantly seek to improve the forecasting methodologies, and the processes to ensure that the forecasts still continue to produce the reasonable results. That is exactly what company does and has been doing over the past decade that I've been involved with billing determinants forecasting at Pepco. We have a team of 8 load forecasters at Exelon Utilities, and we all strive for improving our forecasting methodologies constantly. However, the issue that I have with Mr. Hapuk's recommendation is that he assumes that adding more econometric tariff level forecasting models would necessarily be an improvement to the existing companies' methodologies in a way that it would necessarily provide more reasonable, accurately results. So company does not reject Mr. Hapuk's recommendation because we do not want to improve our models or methodologies, but instead we disagree with his specific recommendation as it states in his direct testimony on page 25, lines 5 through 11. Also, he has not shown that the recommendation that he's proposing would be the best method for Pepco to utilize in the future forecasts. And that would be also increasing the level of accuracy. And also the recommendation to utilize more granular level of forecasting was accompanied by comparisons to how BG&E does forecasting. However, it disregards the data specifics that limitations and specifics that I presented in my rebuttal testimony that exist in Pepco. And the best approach to incorporate, the methods of improving the forecast would be to utilize those methods that are best fitting Pepco data specifically. And in the future, so first, saying all of this, in the future, if it is, we agree to take a look and examine our forecast as we constantly do as our regular practice. And if it is determined that additional tariff level models are indeed improving the forecast accuracy, then Pepco will incorporate those into future MYP filings.
Thank you, Doctor. With that, she's available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We'll begin with Ms. Francis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Efimofa.
Good afternoon.
I'm Fran Francis. I represent the Apartment and Office Building Association. I'll be asking you a few questions this afternoon. Witness Barnett discussed the company's forecasts in his direct testimony, but in rebuttal testimony, you appear to be the primary witness on forecasting and modeling issues. What was your involvement in the preparation of the customer and sales forecast discussed in Witness Barnett's direct testimony at pages 42 through 45?
So my primary responsibility at the company is to do load forecasting for Pepco and all of the other PHI jurisdictions. So at the time when Mr. Barnett was writing his direct testimony, I was the one who supported his direct testimony with that specific MYP forecast.
Now, am I correct that you have not previously testified in any utility regulatory proceeding before?
That is correct.
I'd like you to just briefly take a look at what's been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 9. It is the company's response to AOBA data request number 5, question 1.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll get there.
Keep that packet in front of you, please, because I will ask you about several data responses in that packet.
Yeah, I'm there. Yes.
Okay. That response confirms your answer that you just stated, that this is the first case you've testified in?
Yes.
Okay. And you are the sponsor of that exhibit?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question
And you are
again?
the sponsor of that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Now, am I correct that you have never developed a forecast for a utility outside of the Exelon family of utilities?
That is correct.
In your honor, I'd like to mark for the record what's been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 10. It is the company's response to AOBA data request number 5, question 2.
Okay, 10 has been previously marked.
And again, Dr. Efimova, that response in Part B confirms your answer that you have not developed a forecast for a non-Exelon affiliated utility, correct?
That is correct.
Now, am I correct that you have no firsthand knowledge of the forecasting practices of electric utilities outside the Exelon family of utilities?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Could you please turn to what's been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 11, which I would like to have marked for the record, Your Honor. It is the company's response to AOBA data request number 10, question 9.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm there.
AOBA Exhibit 11 has been previously marked.
And Dr. Efimova, you're the sponsor of that exhibit?
I am.
Okay. And you see on the second sentence in that response, it says the company reached out to internal teams in contact with other non-Exelon utilities to understand their forecasting approaches. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, it says the company reached out. It did not say that you reached out. Which is the correct answer?
I contacted the team within our company who have a benchmarking group of utilities. They communicate with them. So they were after my request to them to contact other peer utilities, they responded to me and they reached out to them.
So you did not have the specific contacts with people outside of the Exelon family of utilities. You only spoke to the Exelon utility team, correct?
That is correct. However, the information that I received from that team did include information about other non-Exelon utilities forecasting practices.
Now, could you please reference your response to staff data request 63-1, which, Your Honor, I've had preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 12.
So marked as 12.
And also, Your Honor, I'd like, Dr. Efimova, please look at what's been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 20. And Exhibit 20, Your Honor, is a letter to Mr. Greger of the Commission staff from Doug McKeel, and it sets forth on the second page many of the data responses that Pepco would like to add Dr. Efimova's name to. So I would like to have that marked for the record.
So marked. So the witness should be looking at Exhibit 20 right now. Is that right?
Well, I just wanted to mark that for the record. So as I go through the next several questions where I see Dr. Efimova's name is not listed as a sponsor, it would be clear that Pepco added her as a sponsor at a later date.
Your Honor, we're willing to stipulate to that. If it's a DR that is in that letter, it's a DR that Dr. Efimova is now co-sponsoring.
All right, very good. Ms. Francis, please proceed.
Okay. Do you have what's been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 12 before you, Dr. Efimova? Response, the company's response to staff data request 63-1.
Yes.
Okay. Does the response to staff data request 63-1 indicate that each of the last 5 forecasts prepared by Pepco were prepared in support of the company's annual LRP activities?
That is correct.
Could you please tell me what is the purpose of Pepco's LRP process?
So the Pepco's LRP process is to forecast the long-term forecast, monthly forecast for sales, customers, going out 5 years into the future. So the purposes of those forecasts are to support financial planning and budgeting purposes, as well as any other needs throughout the company, whoever might ask us for the support of forecasted future sales and customers.
Were any of the LRP forecasts over the last 5 years, other than the forecast used in this case, employed in the development of proposed base rate charges by tariff level class in proceedings before this commission?
No, to my understanding this is the first Pepco MYP case that is incorporating any kind of future forward-looking forecasts.
In the development of the company's forecasts for the proceeding you have testified, scratch that. In the development of the company's forecast for this proceeding, you have testified that the company used a top-down forecasting methodology under which forecasts were prepared for broadly defined revenue classes, and forecasted numbers of customers and sales were then allocated to tariff classes. Is that correct?
Sorry, are you referring to a specific page in my rebuttal testimony where I state that?
Yes.
Could you please give me a reference?
Please turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 5, lines 6 through 7. Where you say, it says, how are the tariff level sales forecasts derived? The company uses a top-down approach to derive its tariff level sales forecasts. This means that Pepco develops its sales forecast at the higher level revenue classes described in the preceding question and allocates those revenue class levels down to the more granular tariff level classes. You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. Now, is that approach to forecasting an approach you developed and recommended to higher levels within Pepco and/or Exelon? Or was it a methodology that another person or persons at PHI or Exelon directed you to use?
So the forecasts that are developed at at Pepco, they're supervised by me. However, I am part of the Exelon Utilities load forecasting team. I report to Exelon Utilities forecasting manager, who is managing the whole process of preparing the forecasts for all of the Exelon utilities, including Pepco. And I personally participated in that process of development of the forecast and was heavily involved with Pepco forecast specifically.
I understand the process, but that's not my question. My question very specifically, is that an approach that you developed or recommended to higher levels at Pepcon or Exelon or the Exelon forecasting team? Or was it a methodology that another person or persons directed you to use?
So I personally did not develop this methodology. Yes, I have a manager who is managing the process, and I report to him. So yeah, personally, I did not develop that top-down approach.
Did your manager direct you to use the top-down approach in this proceeding?
I would say yes, if having me reporting to that manager, we've been utilizing this top-down approach for quite a number of years. If you can say it in these words, yeah.
Does your manager work for Pepco?
Both me and my manager, we work for Exelon Utilities.
Do you work for the service company within Exelon Utilities?
Yes, BSC.
Could you tell me the title of the person that your manager reports to?
I cannot speak to that, sorry.
Now, I'm going to ask you to reference what has been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 13.
Okay.
Which is the company's, for the record, Your Honor, which is the company's response to AOBA data request number 9-7, which I'd like to have marked for the record as AOBA Exhibit 13.
That data request response has been previously marked AOBA Exhibit 13.
Now, Dr. Efimova, data request 9-7 was asked as a follow-up to an earlier AOBA data request, which was AOBA data request 5-12, which, Your Honor, I'd like to mark for the record as AOBA 14.
Marked as Exhibit 14.
And AOBA data request 9-7 asks for citations to specific documents on which you relied for your representations regarding the use of top-down forecasting methods by PECO for the court reporter, PECO, as opposed to Pepco. It was formerly known for the record as Philadelphia Electric Company. And in response to AOBA data request 9-7, you provide an attachment that contains a copy of testimony filed by witness Robert Stefani, PECO's, PECO, Senior Vice President, CFO, and Treasurer, that was filed in docket number R-2021-302-4601 before the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission on March 30th, 2021. Do you see that document, Dr. Efimova?
Yes.
Is that a document upon which you relied to assert that PECO has used top-down forecasting?
No.
Okay, let's take a look at AOBA data request number 9-7. And on the bottom of the page, you see that you are the sponsor of that exhibit, correct?
Could you tell us what exhibit number that is, Ms.
AOBA
Francis?
13. AOBA
Thank you.
13. Okay. Do you have that first page, Dr. Efimov, in front of you?
No, give me 1 second. I apologize. Can you please repeat the number of the
Okay.
exhibit?
I am looking at Pepco's response to AOBA data request number 9-7, and it was preliminarily identified for the record as AOBA Exhibit 13.
Yes, I'm there. I'm sorry.
Okay, now, as you take a look on the first page where it says follow-up request, and that request says, please provide specific citations to the documents on which witness Efimova has relied. Then if you look at Pepco's response, please refer to the attachment. Through communication and discussions with other Exelon utilities, load forecaster, company witness Efimova is aware of PECO utilizing a top-down approach to forecast billing determinants. Do you see that?
I see that.
So when in your discussions with the Exelon utility team, is this one of the documents that they told you utilized a top-down approach?
No, so let me explain that. Basically, I work with other load forecasters within Exelon utilities, including PECO load forecasters on a regular basis. We meet almost, at least, once a week, but we constantly communicating about our top-down approach, and we put forecasts together. So I've always known that their methodology to forecasting would be the top-down approach. And then when IOBA approached us with data requests and asked for citations, whether we know if any of the forecasts that utilize top-down approach known to me to be used in any rate case filings, I reached out to be to respond to IOBA. I reached out to PECO's team to ask them to just direct me to where they they have those filings, and I was provided with information in terms of this specific testimony from PECO. And even though that specific document does not discuss the top-down approach, it does specify that they're using forecasts in their filings. And again, as I stated before, I am aware what type of methodology PECO is utilizing. This means that whatever was used in that filing is utilizing this, the same forecast, because there is no other forecasting teams that are preparing forecasts for PECO.
Let's just focus in on this a little bit. If you take a look at the table of contents in this document, and you can see on page 18, it says electric sales forecast. And that discussion lasts between pages 18 and 20 of Mr. Stefani's testimony. Now, I believe you just stated, I don't want to state you correctly, that you're aware that this document used a top-down forecasting methodology. I have not been able to find anywhere on pages 18 through 20 where they discuss electric sales forecast, or any other place in this document where they use the top-down methodology of allocation. Could you please take me to where in this document they've adopted the top-down methodology?
Your Honor, it's been asked and answered. She specifically said it's not in the document, that she spoke specifically to the PECO load forecasters and that they told her that they use the top-down method.
sustain the objection. The witness has already stated that it's not in there. Ms. Francis, I'm just curious, how much more cross do you have? We'll be taking a break after this.
I'm halfway, Your Honor.
If that's the case, let us take a 10-minute break now. We'll conclude the day with this witness and not move on to other witnesses. Or in recess until 3:50. Dr. Ekimova, please don't speak to anybody during the break. Thank you. We'll start up again in approximately 1 minute. Ms. Francis, please continue where you left off.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Efimova, could you please tell me, why did you provide Mr. Stefani's testimony if you knew that it didn't discuss top-down forecasting explicitly and you didn't explicitly rely on it?
My understanding was that IOBA was trying to see whether there are any non-Pepco utilities that utilize top-down approach in their rate case filings. So that was the reason why I provided that attachment and referred to it.
Now, please turn to page 19, line 14 of Mr. Stefani's testimony. We're going to focus on page 19, line 14 through page 20, line 7 of Mr. Stefani's testimony. And just take a few minutes and reread that to yourself.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the relevance of this testimony and this portion of Mr. Stefani's testimony.
Your Honor, I'm going to very specifically tie it to Pepco's presentation. She submitted this document. She should be familiar with it. She said that it comes from the Exelon Utilities team that she participates in, where she gets much of her information. I believe that I am entitled to ask questions. I assure you it will become clear after my next couple of questions.
Okay. Well, why don't you ask your question, Ms. Francis? I know you wanted her to read the testimony, but I don't want to be here all day.
Okay.
So perhaps we could be a little more direct.
Okay, I definitely will. If you take a look at page 20, lines 5 through 7, does witness Stefani indicate that PECO does not anticipate a full recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic until sometime in the second quarter of 2022?
I see this written in his testimony. Yes.
To your knowledge, does Pepco currently have a similar expectation regarding when a full recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic can be expected?
I'm going to object. It's beyond the scope of her testimony. She's a load forecasting expert.
Certainly, Your Honor, this is directly related to her rebuttal testimony. She talks about an IHS forecast at page 23 of her rebuttal testimony, and I'm getting there, but I believe that it is specifically relevant to her testimony of when they foresee the end of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic ending. She talks about the IHS forecast of economic recovery. Mr. Stefani's testimony also talks about the IHS forecast of recovery, but they both cite different time periods. I believe that I'm entitled to press this issue. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you.
You're citing page 23 of Dr. Amova's rebuttal testimony? Because I don't see that.
Okay, on page 20 of Dr. Efimova's testimony, lines 5 through 7, Mr. Stefani testifies a full recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is not expected until sometime in the second quarter of 2022. And she said she saw that. I asked if Pepco had a similar expectation. Now I am taking her to her rebuttal testimony, specifically at page 23, and I'm focused on line 15 through 16, and where it says, she talks about, do you see that, Your Honor?
Yeah, the tapering off of the COVID-19 impacts.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. I'll allow you to go a little further, Ms. Francis, but tie this up quickly, please.
Are you on page 23 of your testimony?
I am.
Okay. Now, you see where it says that Pepco's COVID effects, they believe, will be tapering off in 2021 based on the IHS forecast?
That is correct.
Now, you're referencing this IHS forecast of economic recovery. Just to be sure I understand what it is this IHS forecast to which you refer a consulting firm named IHS Markit, which is based in the United Kingdom?
It is a consulting firm. Yes, I'm not sure where it's based exactly, but yes, it is. It's a economic forecast vendor.
Okay. Is the IHS Markit forecast of economic recovery to which you're discussing, is that considered a confidential document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I also correct that this referenced IHS Markit forecast of economic recovery has not been provided in this proceeding as either a public or a confidential document?
We did not provide the specific economic recovery data that was used for calculating the timing of the COVID-19 impacts to be gone. However, IHS forecast of economic data we provided in the way of employment data in the confidential attachments in this proceeding.
Now, please turn to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony and focus on lines 9 through 10. And you state, the sources for my testimony are company records, public documents, and my personal knowledge and experience, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this IHS Markit economic forecast, that doesn't fit any of those categories, does it?
That is correct. However, we did provide that information to the parties in the confidential attachment available, to look at.
You did not provide the entire IHS Markit study, did you? You provided a specific portion of it, correct?
We provided the data that was used directly into our econometric forecasts models. So we provided that information.
Now, please turn once again to your rebuttal testimony at page 23, lines 15 through 16.
I'm there.
You state on those lines that Pepco's choice of tapering off COVID-19 impacts in 2021 was based on the IHS forecast of economic recovery. Could you please tell me, has that IHS forecast been more recently revised?
I would assume so. However, I would like to point out that when you take a look at our assumptions about COVID-19 impacts and this specific forecast of economic recovery, please consider the following sentence when it says that using gross metropolitan product as an economic indicator for Pepco Maryland service territory. It was identified to reach the pre-COVID-19 levels by the end of 2021. So when I state IHS forecast of economic recovery, I do refer to this exact gross metropolitan product economic indicator that we used to identify the timing.
Did PECO, rely on a different source than Pepco for its forecast of recovery from the impacts of COVID-19?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's not relevant, and that's something beyond this witness's knowledge.
Your Honor, it's the witness's testimony that she's had many conversations with the Exelon Utilities team, of which PECO is certainly a member. It's difficult to get a handle on who specifically she spoke to. She provided witness Stefani's testimony. She gave witness Stefani's testimony in response to a very specific data request. Between PECO and Pepco, they are both relying on the IHS economic forecast, and they both have different results. So I believe that I am entitled to ask the question, was there a different source that PECO relied on differently than Pepco?
But there's no indication that this witness has any experience with PECO's methodology.
Well,
Is that right?
she's the one who tested. I didn't mean to interrupt you. My apologies. She's the one who testified that PECO used the top-down forecasting methodology. That was her testimony.
And I believe she stated that she knew that through one of her coworkers or manager. I don't think she stated anything beyond that.
If the witness doesn't know the answer to the question, I'm perfectly satisfied with that, but I think she should be permitted to answer it.
Can you restate the question? I've forgotten it at this point.
Okay. Did Pepco rely on a different source for its forecast of recovery from the impacts of COVID-19 than PECO relied on?
That's a yes or no question, right?
Correct.
Can the witness answer that yes or no?
Yeah, I can respond to this question. The source is the same. However, we belong to different, our service territories are represented by different metropolitan statistical areas. So it would be inappropriate for PECO and Pepco to use the same service territory underlying economic data to make assumptions about COVID-19. My knowledge of PECO service territory that they would utilize Philadelphia metropolitan statistical area, and Pepco is utilizing, as stated in my rebuttal testimony, Frederick, Silver Spring, Maryland metropolitan statistical area. So that is the answer.
Doctor, recognize that this is your first time testifying in a rate case. Just please listen carefully to the question that's being asked of you and just answer that question.
Sure.
Ms. Francis.
Dr. Afimofa, what is your current expectation regarding when a full recovery from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic can be expected in the Pepco Maryland service territory?
I cannot speak to that at this moment.
Okay, taking a look at your rebuttal testimony, again, I'm focused on page 23, and I'm going to look at lines 9 through 12, where you represent that the variances in residential and commercial customer counts for the month of July through December are reasonable and within 0.6% for the residential class and 0.4% for the commercial class. Do you see that?
I do see that.
With such a small percentage variance in numbers of customers for the commercial revenue class, how do you explain the much larger variations between actual and authorized revenues that Pepco has reported in its monthly BSA filings?
I'm a load forecaster, and I'm not really forecasting any revenue for the company.
Have you reviewed the company's BSA filings for Maryland?
First of all, could you tell her what BSA means?
Bill stabilization adjustment filings?
I'm not sure I can say that I reviewed the filings.
Now, please turn to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony. At page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, starting at line 1, you state, I quote, "The residential and commercial models contain key explanatory variables representing the all-in price of electricity, whether," and you conclude with, "and numbers of customers in the respective class." Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. Now, am I correct that the all-in real price of electricity is not used as an explanatory variable in your forecast model for commercial revenue class KWH sales?
That is correct.
Now, I would like you to reference what has been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 15, which is Pepco's response to staff data request 90-4. And Your Honor, I'd like to have that marked for the record as AOBA 15.
So marked.
Okay, and Dr. Efimova, please focus on the response to Part A of that data request.
Okay.
In the last 2 sentences of the response to Part A, it states, "In this case, the commercial model indicated a positive relationship between sales and prices. This empirically reveals that price is not a significant driver for this class of customers and excluded from the model as such." Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, am I correct that this response suggests that a positive relationship between sales and price indicates that the higher the price, the more KWH commercial customers would use?
That is correct understanding.
As an economist, would you consider that rational behavior?
No.
Am I correct that while it is asserted that a positive relationship between sales and prices was found for commercial customers, the company has provided no documentation as part of its written testimony and filed schedules in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Am I correct that while it is asserted that there is a positive relationship between sales and prices was found for commercial customers, the company has provided no documentation as support for that in its written testimony and filed schedules?
That is correct. We provided our final models that were used for the MYP case.
Is it your understanding that all Pepco commercial customers in Maryland pay approximately the same average price per KWH for their electric use when viewed in the context of their all-in real price of electricity?
Since we're forecasting the revenue class level, which includes all of them, we calculate the average price for the total commercial class.
Let me try the question again.
How-
Let me know if you don't understand it. Is it your understanding that all of Pepco's commercial customers in Maryland pay approximately the same average price per KWH for their electric service when viewed in the context of their all-in price of electricity?
I would say yes.
What analysis have you presented in this case to support that assessment?
We provided the calculation of the all-in real price of electricity for total commercial class, which represents the average price for commercial class customers.
Okay, I think maybe there was a misunderstanding. I understand what Pepco computed. I'm not asking about Pepco's computations. I'm asking about what Pepco Maryland customers actually pay. So do you understand the difference in what I'm suggesting? One is what the customers actually pay now, and the other is what Pepco has computed for an average price. So I'm going to try my question again. Is it your understanding that all Pepco commercial customers in Maryland pay approximately the same average price per kWh for their electric service when viewed in the context of their all-in real price of electricity?
So if I understand your question correctly, I'm aware that different tariff class level customers, they pay different price, and they cannot have the same average price for all of the classes. I realize that.
Now, I'm going to ask you to reference a printout from the Commission's website of the Commission's most recent monthly electric choice enrollment report for the month ended March 31st, 2021. Your Honor, that is preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 16.
Marked as 16.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to lack of foundation. I don't believe this witness will be able to speak to this document.
Let's see what the question is, and then I'll rule. So for the witness, don't answer the question until I give you permission to do so.
Dr. Efimova, would you accept that the Commission's most recent electric choice enrollment monthly report for the month ending of March 31st, 2021 indicates, again, I'm focused on Pepco, indicates 84.2% of Pepco's large commercial customers and 54% of Pepco's medium commercial customers are served by competitive suppliers?
I'm going to sustain the objection. What you're reading from is from the Commission's website. The numbers are what they are.
Okay.
So I'll answer the question for you on that one.
Thank you. Your Honor, just a question for the chair. Is this a document that's a public record that I can use to cite in brief without admitting it?
Yes, it is.
Should I try to admit it, or should I just cite it?
You could just cite it.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware, Dr. Efimova, that commercial customers in Maryland frequently contract with competitive suppliers for the purchase of their generation services?
I am aware that they have that option, yes.
As an economist, would you agree that commercial customers would contract with competitive suppliers because they are price sensitive to the cost of electricity?
I would agree to that, yes.
Would you accept that the average distribution rate at the company's current commission-approved charges for rate schedule GSLV customers is roughly 5.692 cents per kWh, while the distribution average rate for GT3A customers is about 1.516 per kWh?
I'm not sure where I should be looking at to confirm that that information.
That information would have come from Witness Bonikowski's rate design schedule, page 55 of 145.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
Honor,
I'm going to object. That sounds like a question for Mr. Bonikowski, not Dr. Efimova.
Let's hear what the question is. These numbers for GSL and GT schedules can be subject to check in Mr. Bonikowski's testimony. So let's just assume that they're what you say they are. See what the question is.
Dr. Efimova, would you accept, subject to check, that the average distribution rate at the company's current commission-approved charges for rate schedule GSLD customers is roughly 5.692 cents per kWh, while the distribution average for GT38 customers is about 1.516 cents per kilowatt hour?
Subject to check, yes.
Now, please turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 19.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, starting at line 10 on page 19 of your rebuttal, do you discuss the company's estimation of billing demands?
Okay.
Yes? You discuss the company's estimation of billing demands?
Billing demand forecasting, yes.
Okay. Now, please turn to what has been preliminarily identified as AOBA Exhibit 17, which is Pepco's response to staff data request 25-9, Your Honor, which I'd like to have that marked for the record as AOBA Exhibit 17.
So marked as 17.
Do you have that, Dr. Efimova?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I correct that the company's response to staff data request 25-9 states the MYP forecast included Pepco's first projection of bill demand in the past 5 years?
Yes, was the first time we did billing demand forecasting.
Thank you, Dr. Efimova. I have no more questions. I would just like to move, Your Honor, for the admission of AOBA's data requests 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 20.
So exhibits 13 and 16, you're not seeking to move?
Oh, did I forget some? I'm sorry. Let me see.
I think 13.
Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 20. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So everything except 16. I had marked 16, but we won't include that. Those are moved into evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will now begin the examination by commission staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Efimova.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for sitting through the day here. And I would just like to say up front that staff does appreciate all the data responses as well as the meetings and all the other things that Pepco has done to respond to our questions. We really cannot fault the company on that score. And all of that has been very helpful in putting together our information. So thank you, and thanks to all the other Pepco witnesses who have participated in that process.
Sure.
Now, if I had to summarize your testimony in kind of one sentence, just as a quick take on it, I would say something like, Dr. Ifimova testifies that Pepco's methodology is reasonable and the commission should accept it without requiring specific modifications in the next multi-year plan. Is that a fair summary, do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Now, based in part on what you said during your rejoinder in your earlier testimony today, as well as your written testimony, you certainly don't seem to be saying it would be unreasonable to seek to improve Pepco's forecasting methodology for the next case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And is it your testimony that it would be unreasonable to do so in the context of a working group where all interested parties can offer their suggestions and feedback?
Can you repeat that question again, please?
Is it your testimony that it would be unreasonable to do so, meaning to seek improvements in Pepco's forecasting methodology in the context of a working group where all interested parties can offer their suggestions and feedback?
No, I think it's a reasonable suggestion, and company is willing to participate in certain groups to collaborate and to discuss our methodologies and seek improvements.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, now in your rejoinder to staff witness Hoppeck, you stated that he hasn't proven that his proposals would produce more accurate forecasts. Do you recall that? And do I have that more or less right?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. Did the company's methods accurately forecast schedule RTM billing determinants?
Reasonably accurate forecasts, yes.
All right. Can we get what go to what I believe has been pre-marked as Staff Exhibit 3, which is the company's responses to Staff Data Request 104. And let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, staff is not going to seek to authenticate this data request with this witness since Mr. Bonikowski was the primary sponsor, so we will do it at that time. But I do request leave to ask Dr. Efimova a few questions from this.
You may. I see no objection from the company.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 3 of 12 of the the data request 104-1 attachment?
Page 3, correct?
Page 3 of 12, yes. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Now, can you look at the value for July 2000?
Sure.
Do you agree that that value is 58,802 for schedule RTM?
I do see that. Agree.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 8 of 12 of the same attachment? And look at the values for July 2005.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And would you agree that the value there for July for schedule RTM is 55,843?
That is correct.
Okay. And would you now turn to page 12 of 12 of the same attachment and look at the value for July 2009?
Yes.
And is that value 54,555 for schedule RTM?
$54,298.
Okay. And these values that we've been reading out, these are customer counts, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for this data set, would you agree that there's a decline over time in the number of scheduled RTM customers?
I do agree with that.
Okay, I would like you in the same attachment to go back to page 1 of 12 and look at the value in January 1999. The first value for schedule GS low voltage.
Okay.
And is that value 31,518?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you go to page 5 of 12 in the same attachment and look at the value for May 2002 for schedule GS low voltage?
Okay.
And do you agree that that value is 33,153?
That is correct.
Okay. And going to page 12 of 12, the value for March 2010, again, schedule GS low voltage, and that is 30,231. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, for what month?
March of 2010.
Yes, that's correct.
The number. Okay. And this is the final value in this document for schedule GS low voltage customer counts, is it not?
It is.
Okay, now, would you say it's safe to say that there is not a trend over this data set of increasing customer counts for this schedule GS low voltage class?
It looks fairly stable.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to your rebuttal testimony. Can we go to page 5, please?
I'm there.
Okay. Starting at line 7, you have the sentence. This means that Pepco develops its sales forecast at the higher level revenue classes described in the preceding question and allocates their revenue class levels down to the more granular tariff level classes using recent actual sales data. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Can you give us a description of what you mean by higher level revenue classes there?
Higher level, I simply mean that revenue class level of customers, so it's commercial, and I would say like more lower level down. When you drill down into tariff level, this would be all contained into that revenue class.
Okay, so by that term, higher level revenue classes, you mean residential and commercial, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Going down to the bottom of that page, the last sentence begins, streetlight and metro customers are forecast deterministically. Did you see that?
I do see that.
So am I correct in saying that your forecasts essentially were made for 4 separate groups, these being residential, commercial, streetlight, and metro? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, streetlight and metro classes, those are tariff classes, are they not?
They are.
Okay. And they fall within the broader class of commercial customers. Is that right? Within the higher level revenue class of commercial customers.
So what we define by revenue classes in Pepco as a load forecasting team, this would be residential, commercial, streetlight, and metro class. I do admit that streetlight and metro customer classes are smaller in comparison to aggregated commercial class, but it is also considered as revenue class by load forecasting team.
Okay. So there, and neither of those is residential, is that correct?
Neither of those are residential, no.
Yes. Okay, can we go to page 7, please?
Sure.
You have the statement beginning in the middle of line 9 and allocates those revenue class customers down to the more granular tariff classes using recent actual customer data in this case. Can you explain for our audience what you mean by this, please?
Sure. Our revenue class level forecasts for residential and commercial classes are allocated down into tariff level classes based on the most recent customer counts. In this current MYP case, we used May 2020 actual customer counts.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to page 10. Okay, and at line 18, okay, we'll start at line 16. You have a sentence. This means that Pepco's sales and customer forecasts are developed at the consolidated revenue class level and then allocated to tariff level classes using recent actual data. But that does not include forecast data for those specific classes, does it?
For the allocations themselves, we do not use forecasted data. We only use historical data.
Okay. Okay, now line 13 on page 11, you note, I believe it's staff witness Hoppeck's recommendation that Pepco develop more granular economic modeling, and that this topic should be further addressed in a future working group setting. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, you said page 13 line, which line?
Really, we're talking about the recommendation that Pepco develop more granular econometric modeling. It's at line 12, page 11.
Sorry, you said page 11.
Yes, line 12, page 11.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. Do you deny that using more tariff class specific data as input for your modeling would produce more accurate results for the specified tariff classes?
I do not deny that. In fact, in my rebuttal testimony, I provide specific reasons as to why econometric forecasting on the tariff class level is not preferred for Pepco specific data.
All right. Can we go to page 13 now? And down at the bottom, the sentence starting towards the end of line 20.
Okay.
And that sentence is, given that the total commercial revenue class includes all tariff level class sales and customers, the total commercial class forecast capture all tariff class historical data trends. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. So would you agree that because of this volatility that you were talking about here, even for the class where the long sales trend is clearly in opposition to that of the broader commercial class, it would be more accurate to model its billing determinants aggregated with the broader class model.
Not necessarily before you evaluate the results of your econometric level forecasts on the tariff class level compared to the top-down approach utilized by the company.
So essentially, what I get from that is it might or it might not be more accurate depending on what you're seeing from the top-down results. Is that a good summary of what you just said?
Yes, but based on my experience working with Pepco data, especially with smaller class level data, not just in Pepco, but across PHI utilities, I observed that working with tariff class level econometric forecasts is particularly challenging, driven by primarily the volatility, higher volatility in the historical data. And when you have higher volatility, typically it is more difficult to fit the data, the models, and as a result, you have a poorer performance of your models when you get the output of the forecast.
Okay. Going to page 14, please. Again, at the bottom of the page. You state that the top-down approach is widely used among electric utilities.
Yep.
Now, I think BG, however, did not use that approach in its multi-year plan forecasting, did it?
They did not.
Okay. Page 15, line 5.
Okay.
The sentence beginning, for example, Pepco's billing tariff level data exhibits more volatility than the aggregate revenue class, but then an aggregate revenue class. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Can you say with any certainty that this is not true of BGE?
I cannot speak for BG.
Going to the top of page 16. You're talking about a historical allocation method produces tariff class forecasts, which more closely reflect the current tariff class mix compared to using data over a longer period of time. But this would miss the effects of long-term class trends, would it not?
I'm sorry, what lines are you referring to on page 16?
It's really from the bottom of page 15. The 12 months actuals historical methods produces tariff class forecasts that reflect the current tariff class mix compared to using data over a longer period of time. See that whole sentence there?
I see that.
Okay. Doesn't using a 12-month historical snapshot miss the effects of long-term class trends?
So the purpose of using allocations to the forecasts of revenue class level to bring down it to tariff level is to identify what is the most recent, or I would say current class mix within those revenue classes. It is not meant to capture trends, historical trends in there. What is capturing historical trends in our models are econometric models of total commercial and residential classes.
And what happens when the trends of tariff classes within those larger classes are counter to the trend for the broader class?
So when you allocate using this method, the individual tariff class levels would broadly follow the trends of the total revenue class level sales and customers.
Okay, thank you. Going to page 25, please.
Okay.
And I'd like you to look at the, to just reread to yourself the paragraph under your answer to Q36,
Okay.
just through the end of the page. Okay, and you state that Pepco provided a lot of information documenting its load forecasting, and I guess I think we can agree that that is the case. You have provided a fair amount over the course. If all the information provided in response to the data requests and meetings had been provided with the initial filing, staff probably would not have had to ask for it in data requests, would we?
It is very difficult to predict what kind of questions staff might ask during the proceeding. Initial submission of our forecasting written methodology was in accordance to the minimum filing requirements. So we provided that information, and everything else in addition to that was requested to us in the form of data request, we diligently responded.
Okay. Now let me ask, and there's been some back and forth here on the when and how much data should be provided and what the level of information should be between you and staff witness Lee. Is that correct? And you have it here in your testimony, for example, on the pages 25 and 26. Would you agree with the statement that the better staff's understanding of Pepco's forecasting and modeling methodology, the more likely staff is to agree that it is reasonable or to be able to suggest useful improvements?
I agree to that.
Okay, we're almost done here. Just have a few more questions, I think. Okay, going to page 28, the sentence on starting at line 11. Scenario type analyses are periodically performed by the company to estimate their impact on the forecasted billing determinants. Are you there?
I'm there.
Okay. But other than the COVID-19 adjustment, you didn't incorporate any scenario analyses in your forecasting for this case, did you?
I did not.
And is it appropriate to call what you did with COVID-19 a scenario analysis?
Sure.
Okay, top of page 35. The second full sentence, beginning, the company has been using the current equation specification for over 10 years and finds this type of model to produce forecasts with reasonable accuracy and acceptable goodness of fit.
I see that.
Okay. Actually, you know what? I think I will skip this question. So that is all I have for you, Dr. Ifamova. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike, I'll need to redirect of your witness.
I have none, Your Honor.
Commissioners have questions of this witness. Commissioner Herman. Mr. Spivak, if we could mute.
Just,
Good afternoon, Dr. Efimova.
Good afternoon.
So just a couple of questions. Throughout your testimony, there's lots of places where it says this method has exhibited reasonable forecast accuracy and is shown to be appropriate for Pepco sales. This is common practice and produces reasonable forecasts with less year-to-year volatility. Pepco sales and customer forecast modeling approach has shown to produce reasonable forecasts over the years. And so on and so forth. There's quite a few of those statements. Where in the record or where in your testimony do we have examples showing us that this was the forecast and this was the result and it was accurate?
So we provided DR 49.1. In that DR, we provided historical forecast variances, actuals versus what we forecasted based on the prior forecasts. That kind of exhibits, over time, using this methodology top-down approach, what type of variances it produced versus actuals.
Okay, thank you. Your discussion with Mr. Michael in response to staff witness Lee's testimony, you said that you were surprised to see that because you had already provided a discussion of a written explanation of how the forecast is done in your filing requirements. Is that right? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and that was EER 4, is that right?
That's right.
And that was what was included in what you say was the explanation.
Yes.
Right. And that really consists of, I think, 3 pages. While there are 5 pages in the document, there's 2 of those pages are devoted to the COVID-19 modeling enhancements. So we're really talking about the three pages of written out explanation for how you do your forecast. Is that right?
Yeah, there might be differences in number of pages, but when I was writing this rebuttal testimony, I pretty much took that attachment, schedule EER 4, and just repackaged it, put it into my rebuttal testimony. The information should be, for the most part, the same.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One quick question, and I know it's been a long day, but can I ask you, Dr. Efimova, to go back to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony?
Sure.
Specifically, the sentence that starts on line 11 and ends on line 13.
Okay.
So it says Pepco's top-down approach to forecasting sales and customers is a commonly used practice in the industry. Is that testimony based on your decade-long experience in forecasting? Is that where that comes from? What is the basis of that statement?
So it's a combination of things. As you already kind of touched on it, it is based on my experience working with forecasting at PHI, as well as in our further data requests to IOBA, we provided citations to NARUC studies where it states that traditionally the top-down approach has been utilized by utility companies to forecast load. Also, over the course of my career working at Pepco and doing load forecasting, I've been constantly just communicating with load professionals, within Exelon utilities, as well as we from time to time participate in EEI meetings which include other Exelon utilities. Which include other utility companies where we share information on how we do things. Also, I have communicated in the past when we adopted Metrics ND software, communicated with Itron group, and I know that they developed forecasting methodologies for Exelon utilities. So based on that conversation in the past, the top-down approach was a reasonable type of approach to forecasting, and not something that you wouldn't see across Exelon, across other utilities. And in the last data request, I believe it was 110, staff data request 110. I also, that was, follow up more recent reach out to Itron company just to confirm and document for staff in response to the questions about what I'm basing my assertion that the top-down approach is a commonly used approach, and they confirmed that based on their experience with working with utilities, they actually would recommend to use the top-down approach to the utilities. But each utility chooses what they want to do with their forecasts. Again, described in my rebuttal testimony, it could be data, it could be specific geographical or economical reasons as to why they may choose one approach versus another.
Thank you for that. It was important for myself to have clarification that it is a widely used tool in the industry, this top-down approach for forecasting load, and that it's contained in other sources like NARUC or other companies or other body of work out there. So thank you for that, Doctor. I appreciate it very much.
Sure.
Do any of the parties have questions based on Commissioner O'Donnell and Herman's questioning of the witness?
I do. I just have one question, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Efimova, Commissioner Herman asked you about the reasonable accuracy and questions like that, and you referred to, I believe, DR 49-1. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And if you take a look at your schedule EER-6, is that the information from data request 49.1 that you were talking, or -1 that you were talking about?
That is correct.
So it is attached as a schedule to your testimony?
Yes, it is.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. The witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll start tomorrow with the company witness, Robert Stewart, and we'll start that promptly at 10 a.m. Before we adjourn for the day, do any of the parties have any matters to address before tomorrow? Seeing none, thank you. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. Eastern, April 27th. Have a good night.